Wait, I don't know where Samuel is. Samuel, are you here? Samuel. So let's stand up, all of us. And maybe I can call Anosiat as well here. So Samuel is going to take us in a small thing that I always love. So
Good morning, everybody. Joseph want me to have with you a small exercise of laughter yoga. Just a laughter yoga, it's a it's a laughing, just a freely laughing. So because we are going to do little exercise, one exercise for laughter yoga, just what is called the greeting laughter. Because we come different places and we didn't get a chance to greet each other. So I am going to do this greeting laughter with Joseph. And all of you, everyone, maybe look around, do a greeting laughter with the person who close with.
so you want everyone to look at a neighbor?
Yes.
And then they greet them with a laughter.
With the laughter, yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, okay. Like that. So
I can see some people running away.
Yeah. So this is great. Yes, listen.
You can hold on a bit. We haven't started.
Yes, yeah? We are going to start this greeting laughter. But again, because I believe that laughter is contagious. If you feel you are not immediately go in, don't do that. Watch others. But if you are together, just let's do greeting laughter. So we are going to do that. Yes?
All right. So what do I do? Do I laugh?
Yeah, I'm going to do with you a greeting laughter. I share your hand
okay.
And I say,
Continue laughing.
I mean, this is great laughter, and again, we are going to do little exercise. Is a chorus. What you say? Ho ho ha ha ha. 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 Very good, very good. Yes. That's what we're going to do. Yes. Ho ho ha ha ha. Ho ho ha ha ha. Ho ho ha ha ha. Very good, very good. Yes. Again. Very good, very good. Yes. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sam. Yesterday we received your feedback. Most of you, the feedback was great. How conversations are very going with you, and how each one of you are finding this event great for them. And we appreciated your feedback. In terms of time management, there was no. It was a bit of a small delays within the question and the answer, so we'll try to make sure that we give you more time to ask questions. And please also interact with speakers as we move forward. So we appreciate that as well. So today we are having quite very great presentations and great work that is going to be presented on support for children with disabilities, and we'll hear experiences from Hope and Homes for Children. We are lucky to have, for those of you who have already visited the stand for Hope and Homes for Children, I think you're already familiar, but if you haven't, please visit them during break time. But we are lucky to have the country director, Innocent Habimfora, and I will introduce quickly who Innocent is. So, Innocent is a senior professional trained social worker and human rights lawyer, passionate and dedicated to child protection, child care reform, including alternative care, the institutionalization, family strengthening, community development, and human rights with over 16 years working directly and indirectly with communities, especially children, women, men, youth, building effective child implementation in national child care reforms. And Innocent has demonstrated history contributing to regional and national forums on major child protection and child care reform themes. We have lucky that we have been partnering and collaborating with Hope and Homes for Children for quite a number of years here at the University of Rwanda as well. So I would like you to give Ri a very warm round of applause as Innocent comes in to give his keynote address. Well, that's not big. The one I was expecting is a bigger. Yeah?
Good morning, everyone. I think I could be the first to clap for the organizers because I was personally impressed by the quality, by the effort, but also the coordination to have this symposium. And I will give that short testimony of how it continues to grow from the good to the better. I think Joseph said that on the first day. But today, I will talk about the work Hope and Homes for Children does, and through the framework of supporting children with disabilities. So, but let me recognize, as I said, the organizers of this event, and here I will be mentioning the University of Rwanda, especially the Center for Mental Health, FXB, the School of Social Work of, I need to double check, Boston College, and everyone who contribute, especially those who came very far to contribute, learn, but also share with us what they have been doing, which is always an opportunity for us, everyone here, to improve the way they do their work. So Hope and Homes for Children is known through the institutionalization. When you ask what is Hope and Homes for Children, people in a very short, they will just say, Hope and Homes for Children is known for their integration program for closing institutions, but this will be the opportunity to share how complex and large the program is to have an effective deinstitutionalization program. And I will start by an advice or a recommendation I got last Friday when we were doing a campaign in Kichukiro, not far from here, and a young lady doing poetry just sent a message that when people talk about teen mothers, children with disabilities, usually they talk about them. And they are happy to mention what they have discovered in terms of factors, something like that. But in a very short, she said, yes, we are happy you are talking about our issue, but I wish you advocate for the change of the issue we are facing. That was last Friday, so this is my expert for today. And I will do the same. So not just talk about the work we do, but also mention why we do that. Why do we do the institutionalization? Because this is a bit different from when you say you are going to fight against malnutrition, or you are going to fight against malaria, or you are going to fight against something ill and where everyone can be victim. So when you are talking about deinstitutionalization, people are like, why are you wrong? What is wrong with institutions? We found them there, they are okay, they are cared for in a proper way. So I will be trying to put together that what you can see in the Constitution of Rwanda. I had the opportunity to read many constitutions around Africa, and they all highlight the importance of a family. And I think this is commonly recognized, that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognizes the right to a family among the fundamental rights. So having a child separated from a family is itself an expression of a certain violation. Maybe less intentionally, but we can't keep this tactical. I will invite on the other side our colleague to first play a video, because I wanted to bring the people we work together so that they talk by themselves, which to avoid to misrepresent the program with my chosen words. So I invite him to play the video, then I will continue with why do we do this.
Ku isi yose, Afrika, mu Rwanda, umwana wese akwiye kurerwa mu muryango umukunze kandi witeguye kumufasha gukura neza nta ushigajwe inyuma. No child left behind. Nta mwana n'umwe ukwiye gusigara atererewe mu muryango nubwo yaba afite ubumuga bukabije. Ni kimwe mu byo umuryango Hope and Home for Children Rwanda ufatanyije n'inama y'igihugu y'abantu bafite ubumuga ndetse n'ikigo cy'igihugu gishinzwe imikurire no kurengera abana NCDA biyemeje, kandi bakaba bagenda babigeraho buhoro buhoro.
Ariko ubu muri politike turi kuvugurura, turifuza yuko umwana mu bishoboka byose umwana yaba mu muryango, ahubwo noneho umubyeyi akoroherezwa uburyo ki wa mwana ari bujye mu ishuri, kandi n'ibintu bishoboka.
Mu byo dukora byose, icyo tuba tugamije nuko umwana wese uwo ari we wese yarererwa mu muryango. Byabonetse yuko ibigo bifite abana bafite ubumuga nta gahunda yihariye yo kubasubizayo, ko imyumvire yari yuko nta serivisi zihari, biragoye kuba imiryango yabitaho.
Byajyaga bikorwa kenshi ugasanga abana badafite ubumuga nk'abari mu bigo by'imfubyi, hari yasanga harimo abana badafite ubumuga n'abafite ubumuga. Usanga rero no kubaha imiryango kenshi baritwariraga abana badafite ubumuga, abafite ubumuga bagasigaramo.
Niyo mpamvu iyi gahunda tumazemo imyaka 3 tufatanyije nanone na NCPD hamwe na NCDA kugira ngo n'abana bafite ubumuga nabo bashobore gusubizwa mu muryango.
Kuvuga ngo kubera ubuyobozi bwiza habayeho gahunda ya leta yo kuvuga ko hari abana bari mu bigo by'imfubyi bakeneye kurererwa mu miryango. Ntabwo nitaye ku bushobozi bwanjye, sinitaye ku mutungo mfite, ahubwo ngiye numvishije bari abana bari mu bigo by'imfubyi ari abana nk'abandi, bakeneye urukundo, bakeneye kubona umuryango bibonamo. Nashyikiriye umwana, ndavuga nti umwana ngomba kumuha urukundo, nawe akabona papa akabona mama. Ndavuga nti uko abanjye babayeho n'undi azabaho uko nguko.
Naje gukorerwa ubukangurambaga n'umushinga wa Hope, hanyuma ndagenda bampa amahugurwa, biba ngombwa ko nemera kuba marayika murinzi. Umwana rero igihe kigeze baramumpanda muzana.
Kuri ubu gahunda ya No Child Left Behind imaze gufasha abantu bagera kuri 41 barerwaga mu bigo bibiri, Wikwiheba Mwana na Centre Inshuti z'Abakene gusubizwa mu muryango. Cyane cyane ko ikigamije ari uko nta mwana n'umwe ufite ubumuga wasigara mu kigo, ndetse n'abamaze kugezwa mu miryango bakaba barabyishimiye.
Mbere yo kuza kwiga muri iki kigo nabaga mu kigo cyangarama bita Wikwiheba Mwana, badufasha mu kwiga, mu kurya nyine, kugira ngo nyine badufashaga kugira ngo tugire imibereho myiza. Hope yaradufashije nyine tujya mu miryango, tugeze mu miryango tuhita tubona diferanse irimo n'ubundi yo kuba mu kigo no mu rugo. Itandukanirizo ririmo ikigo nabagamo, wenda umubyeyi yasuraga wenda nka rimwe mu kwezi se cyangwa nka rimwe mu mezi 2, ariko ubwo itandukaniro ririmo n'ubundi mba ndi kumwe na mama mpura n'ikibazo nkamubwira ati mama dore ikibazo afite ni iki, akagira uburyo akifashamo, wenda twaba turi nko mu nzu tukaganira.
yavuye mu kigo atabasha kugira umurimo n'umwe yakora, biyongeye kwahirira nk'ari igihe tujyana akamfasha.
Yaje atabasha kwicara, yaje yarazingamye, utamenya ko ari umuhungu, utamenya ko ari umukobwa, igitsina cyararigise. Ariko ubu uyu munsi Manzi Innocent ndamubwira inti jya mu nzu nzanira igikombe, akakinzanira.
Izo mpinduka zabayeho no gutinyuka abantu, nimba kubonye kabiri hano arakumenya, asigaye azi no kwakira abantu ngo nibaze bicare, asigaye azi ko ibiryo bisangiwe biryoha. Ubundi ubu nta muntu wamukoreraga mu isahani. Bakunda kumva urukundo rwinshi rwabazaho, ariko no kuba afite uwabyereka ni byiza.
Yageze hano rwose no kuvuga nk'umwana atazi no kuvuga, ariko ubu ngubu aravuga, nta kintu kimwe atavuga, ndetse ahubwo asigaye anigisha n'icyongereza, ibyiza yanyigisha.
Mu kuganira n'imiryango no kubazana bagasura ibigo bakareba uburyo abo bana bitaweho, basanga bikorwa mu buryo busanzwe. Ni amaboko y'abantu bibikora, bakoresha ibikoresho bihari. Ni ukuvuga ko ibyo bibura mu rugo ushobora kuba ubuze ubushobozi, icyo gihe ubushobozi bushobora kuhabwa umuryango. Navuga mu bushobozi ni ukuvuga kuvuza abana, kuko umwana ashobora kuba afite ubumuga bukomeye akeneye kuba yavuzwa kugira ngo ashobore nibura kwicara mu ntebe atagoma buri gihe aryamye, bikorohereza umuryango kubitaho.
harabura usanga muri uwo mushinga twubakira inzu dusanze nta nzu afite ifatika, dushobora se kuyihindura, dushobora kubaha ibindi byangombwa, niba itagira amazi, niba itagira umuriro.
Ni nayo mpamvu ubona ko muri iyi gahunda turimo harimo parti ikomeye cyane yo kujyana abana mu rugo, ariko icyo kigo cyabitagaho tukagihindura daycare.
Icyo twakoze nta kindi rero nuko twanafashije kubaka ikigo gishya gizafasha noneho atari ba bana 30 na bangahe 36, ahubwo gishobora gufasha abana barenze 200. None turashaka ko naho serivisi ziza zikajya muri cya kigo, hakabamo abantu bafite ubumenyi, abana noneho bakajya baza ari benshi, bakaza bagahabwa serivisi ku manywa, nimugoroba bagataha muri ya miryango yabo.
Ni akarusho, ni byiza kuko abana badafite ubumuga iwabo ntabwo babasiga mu nzu, ntibatumaga basohoka, ariko noneho ubu babyuka babazana bagasubira mu mirimo yabo, kuko birirwa hano, bazana mu gitondo bakahirirwa, saa 10 bakaza kubatwara bahinguye bavuye mu yindi mirimo. Byafashije imiryango, abana nabo bafite ubumuga ndabibona ko baba bishimye, noneho abadafite ubumuga nabo barebye abo bana babona ko babaho, ubona nta gitangaje, bamaze kubamenyera, ubona ari byiza.
Si ugusubiza abana bafite ubumuga gusa mu miryango, ahubwo Hope and Home for Children ku bufatanye n'abafatanyabikorwa ifasha abana bafite ubumuga kuba batatandukana n'imiryango yabo biciye mu bufasha butandukanye, cyane cyane ko mu mbogamizi zagaragaye ari uko ababyeyi babo cyangwa babarera bibwiraga ko badafite ubushobozi bwo kubitaho uko bikwiye, bityo bagashaka kwegurira inshingano zabo ku bigo byita ku bana, bigatuma rero mu gihe umwana asubijwe mu muryango hari ubufasha buhabwa uwo muryango wamwakiriye. Habaho kuvugurura inzu zabo, kubafasha kuvuza abo bana n'ibindi biborohereza mu mibereho yabo ya buri munsi. Ibi bikaba byarakozwe mu turere 22, bikaba byarafashije imiryango 952 irimo abana bafite ubumuga 880. Nubwo bamwe mu bana bafite ubumuga bagiye bafashwa neza mu miryango imwe n'imwe, ariko n'ahandi usanga abana bafite ubumuga bukabije badafatwa nk'abandi bana, bagahabwa akato, bakitwa amazina mabi, ndetse ugasanga hari bamwe mu miryango nyarwanda bafata ko ubumuga bwatewe n'imyuka mibi, amarozi cyangwa umuvumo runaka. Ni muri urwo rwego hatangijwe gahunda yiswe SMS Technology mu rwego rwo kurengera umwana ufite ubumuga mu muryango mugari nyarwanda. Ibyo bigatuma amakuru y'abo bana yose amenyekana.
SMS Technology ni uburyo dukoresha butuma tumenya ibibazo biturutse kuri ground, hasi ku mudugudu, mu masibo, mu muryango, twamara gukusanya ibyo bibazo tukareba ngo muri ibibazo bino byakemurwa nande, ibi byo byakemurwa nande, ibyihutirwa ni ibihe, tukiha gahunda rero yo kuzagenda tubikemura muri iyo gahunda.
Thank you so much. I think by reading any speech or any PowerPoint presentation, I will just misrepresent the testimony of the journey. And of course, we are not yet proud enough to say that the work is done. This is, we think always in terms of pilot project where we demonstrate. And what is interesting is that the government has already allocated more social workers and psychologists for other institutions so the process continues even in other institutions. So what is the legal foundation? This is to reduce the kind of debate because we make a lot of debate. No, children can be in institution, cannot. But I think the laws are very coherent and like the Rwandan constitution, which is the language in which the whole population of Rwanda expressed what they want, what they wish to be. In Article 18, paragraph 1, the family being the natural foundation of the Rwandan society is protected by the state. You will find this statement across constitution you're doing is not in contradiction with the law, not the law of made by an executive, but by the legislative. The UNCRC also says, providing the preamble, that convinced that the family as the fundamental group of society and the natural environment for the growth and well-being of all its members, and particularly children, should be afforded the necessary protection and assistance so that it can fully assume its responsibilities within the community. This is said, we are talking about a convention which is of 1989, but that when the number of institutions were even doubling, multiplying in Rwanda. But when it came on the UNCRPD, the United Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, it has been strict. You'll see some comments of the committee on the right of the person with disabilities, but let me just mention these two provisions for the UN Convention on the Right of Persons with Disabilities. Family is the natural and fundamental group unit of a society. This is not debatable, but when it just kind of talk, but which is not translated into action, where people remain observant of the development of institutions. Together with Professor Vincent, we conducted a survey, and it was very clear that wherever there were institutions, community or families just withdrawn their responsibility to decide what can happen for children without parental care, because the only solution in front was that's where they should go. I will not bring testimonies to save time. And with the comment, because there are always discussion about why not institution, why not, they made a comment. That is the committee of experts. Actually, there is another comment, joint comment of the committee of the right of person with disability together with the committee for, I mean, the children committee, I mean, the UN Committee for Children, right? Altogether, they were also very coherent in saying that state, of course, this is part of the guideline, but it remains coherent with the comment of the both committees, that state parties should ensure the right to family life for all children with disabilities. As a testimony, I will just tell you that whenever children go in families after a certain period, very short, 3 months, you observe immediately some changes. And I always say, how can we document it? I think that's where this symposium can advise. Maybe we'll have further discussion. How do we capture those changes? Because sometimes tools are used, not sometimes. Actually, in practice, tools or research help demonstrate evidence, but in a more objective way. But a social worker, or now I'm trying to use a neutral way, an institution owner or an institution supporter who visit a family after a certain period and see children, usually they give like, I'm impressed, I was afraid, but now I can see the change by myself. That is the neutral way. And this has helped us to make other engagement, strategic advocacy with the government from the changes observed on children, not just what the laws say. Preventing the placement of children in institutions must be a priority. And for this last one, I'm happy with the learning exchanges that happen in Rwanda, seeing Kenya progressing by developing a moratorium on establishing new institutions. It is part of the last bullet. States should immediately provide individuals with opportunities to leave institutions. This is not written by Hope and Homes for Children or any organization known to advocate for the institutionalization. And states should immediately halt new placement in institution. That's what we try to do with gatekeeping mechanism, but again, family strengthening program. It is our responsibility to make the link. If the family is really supported properly, the need or the risk of separation is reduced, even removed. Yeah, so there is a very close connection with family strengthening program with what we intend to do of halting the placement of children in institution. I will move on the next slide and just discuss this kind of summary. This came from Human Rights Watch, but also other human rights advocates, which concluded that the institution by itself, due to its routine and the way it is set, can naturally lead to neglect. There are abuses, but that are not reported. That are not reported because it is, we say, a country within another country. And children are subject to exploitation. Modern slavery, we know volunteerism, especially in Asian nations. There are also psychological violence, sexual violence, over drugs. So the child is disturbing too much, give the medication. There is a denial of education. Actually, there is also denial of health treatment because wherever we've been doing the institutionalization, we are obliged to bring such children first in either Gahini, Ririma, Ndera for treatment. While they were there, parents waiting for a certain miracle to meet them in their institution and come back healed because it is even associated with spiritual belief. And the loneliness, of course. There may be many, but you know that joke of how many were you in the car, and the person said, I was alone. Even the driver was not counted. So a child may be seen in that group, and people think there is connection. But a deep observation, you'll realize that children really feel that loneliness, which is associated with the pain of separation, because they are not explained why they are being separated. And whenever we work on reintegration, we usually go through mediation, but much is about trauma-informed intervention, because the parents are traumatized, other siblings are traumatized, the child has suffered deeply in terms of mental, I would say mental health. And anyone can anticipate that. So the area of intervention, I just summarized them. I couldn't bring everything here. We do reintegration, we do family strengthening program, and some research for strategic advocacy. With reintegration, I will be honest to say that the video was produced in 2021, so not 2023. But the data are accurate except the number, because with 41 already reintegrated, here we are talking about 76. So we are not like rushing. We go through the individual care plan. Per now, I will say that in Rwanda, we have 4 residential centers for children with disabilities. And what is interesting again, all the 4 have already received the professionals, under the program of Tubarerere Umuryango, a program which is also associated with child care reform, under support with UNICEF, NCDA. So it is like a collaborative platform. And our staff also are part of the closures. And 15 boarding, they are called boarding centers, so not boarding schools. So only dedicated for children with disabilities. But what are you going to find when you visit them? You'll realize actually that there are children with disabilities and those without disabilities, and they are not receiving any kind of service. So the issue is, why can't we work much on the inclusive school, inclusive programs, but not in terms of saying, yes, we have some children with disabilities, because that will be in a way of just demonstrating that we are inclusive, but not being intentional in terms of not leaving anyone hidden in family. Because I was disappointed with one visit in one district that I want to mention right now, close to a school which is branded inclusive school, and the family was very close to that school. That is an eye of a person who is questioning, what does it mean to be an inclusive school? And for mixed, currently through the assessment, again, we worked on together with Professor Vincent, there were centers called mixed. So they have some boarding, others who are in a residential center. Yes, they were called mixed, but we realized they were full residential. So it is like hiding behind a certain denomination, which will make them less exposed to the closure. And with the reintegration, this is a very good projection. I was doubting that the figures may not be seen, but those are the placement done already. As you can see, the reintegration with the biological family, so back to mom, back to dad, back to that very nuclear family, are 41 over 76, which is already over 50%, plus children who were integrated with kinship care. In our context, kinship care is not very far from the nuclear family, which has an addition of 10, so making 51 children back in their family. Those include children reintegrated with their siblings. So we don't call it biological because it's not, they are not parents, but yeah. And foster care. Rwanda, with its sad and dark experience of genocide, does not really allow, sometimes us all, to believe families can really take care of children they are not blood related to. This is wrong. When the program started, it was, where are you going to get family? Actually, you can do campaign and see if you see even one. What we see here is people of good heart coming from other areas, from the globe, coming to do adoption. Currently, we see the tendency growing, including for children with disabilities. This is amazing. And the number is much bigger, actually, compared to the population of children we are supposed to place from institution. But it is a bit wrong to think because we have a good bank of foster care, and you know it in Kinyarwanda as Maraika Murinzi, which is a model known in Rwanda. And just thinking about the number and assuming tomorrow they can go in an institution and collect children, that used to be a practice in the past, but because it is an individual-based intervention, especially starting by the child, that's why the team spend much time trying to see if there will be possibility of reintegration in the first instance. And the process is like that. There is an initial assessment and the child care plan, which inform tracing. I will also recognize that for children with disabilities, the work was much easier when we look at the possibility of tracing. Because for children without disabilities, which is now at 95%, if I look at the figures from the government, tracing, the information was not enough or not displayed or recorded. Most of children were placed in orphanages, and it was just in a way of going to get school fees, getting other benefits. So all the documents were forged. And what was, what made the work even much worse, in terms of difficulty to fund families, was that we have a law which is a part of the penal code punishing abandonment of children, and no one can encourage it, of course. But I was happy to see that the government can freeze it a bit through the process so that parents who found themselves under pressure and decided to place their children in the institution really get the opportunity for integration. I will not go through the whole process, but I will just say that whenever a family is found, the child is not reintegrated tomorrow or the following day or the following week. The whole work of preparation takes months and months and months. And sometimes the decision is not to place the child back with the biological family because the issues, the root causes cannot be addressed as that. So the child can be transitioned through foster care. And while foster care was designed for children where families may not be found. And it happens where we have case closure, which should be ethical, of course, confronted to many evaluation. And what do we do with family? We have an approach called active family support. And here, my friend from FXB, we are in a family strengthening program. Yeah, but the small difference will be just because we are following a family that received a child, which may be different from the community, the community approach at this point. But I will say that the purpose is the same, and maybe the process may be different. So I will need to visit how you do it because I was impressed with the result. And it has 5 components. We call it holistic approach. It goes with assessment again. You assess the family, you know what they need, but most what they have. It is a strength-based approach where we try to build on what they have already because we found them existing, even though they were called vulnerable. And this is especially for the time I'm talking, very accurate again, because that is how we are helping families with children with disabilities. We found them exposed to many factors like poverty, extreme poverty. I'm not going through the readings of publication, but even the World Bank recognized that disability can push a family toward poverty, but also poverty can lead even to disability, but I will not go much on that. So the support will be much about family living conditions to improve the living conditions. Try to see how the family can be economically functional, so starting producing from what they have or what they have been doing before. Because the majority, you'll find that the father has abandoned in case the family has a father and a mother. The father has run away, so shame to us men, but we can correct it, and say, in our family, we don't get such kind of children. So you might have done something very wrong, and God has punished you. So men will run away, but I think it's not much about that belief, but much about just running from responsibility, because one of them will need full-time supervision to the child. So can we just observe it and describe it? I think we need that kind of support is needed for that family. Otherwise, we'll be in that that paradigm of those who said the child is for the state and others say the child is for the family. So bear with your responsibility alone. And what is interesting is that the government of Rwanda, through the social protection policy, they have really highlighted the need to support children with disabilities within the family through a case management approach. We know it has started, but our principle is no one left behind, to be fully satisfied. And as you can see, this program has covered already 1,422. It is intensive, so the number may look small, but the intensity of work is so big. And each family has a follow-up of a social work and a psychologist, but also the existing community structures like the IZU, of course. And I will recall that IZU is among the outcome of the child care reform. It was set intentionally that after integration, children may need a very close follow-up from the para-social workers, which later became IZU. So a very good outcome of child care reform. So I will not take much time on this part, which is a transformation. You'll get it from a video. But the way we fund institution, we know all the resources were mobilized to supporting children, even in institution, for well-intentioned people. I will repeat that. For well-intentioned people. Because before we started discussing, challenging that approach, some people said we can't just close hands. But the issue with institution is that you may start it with a good intention, but through the time, effort, and the routine within the institution, the purpose is not going to change, but it may appear to be like a business model. And that is the reason behind some resistance, and the resistance being much of what are we going to tell our sponsors. That is a reality. What are we going to tell our sponsors? We've been telling them that all children here are orphans. Now with your work, we realized 80% are likely to return to their families. That is courage, and it requires a certain level of ethics to move from what you believe is good to something which is better. But we achieve that because you cannot achieve the institutionalization without a very honest and bold commitment from institution owners. So I appreciate those who are courageous, including the late Isimba, who collaborated since the very first day by telling other institution managers that whatever we do, when a child cries is different than when children cry. When a child cries is different from when children cry. So you cannot have shoulders to put on all children when they cry. That's why even in our observation, you could find an institution with babies over 40, but when you enter, there is total silence. You can't really think all children have decided to be polite, to behave. Children don't behave. They are stubborn to grow, to develop in terms of brain. But in institution, you'll find that reality. And what is really manipulative by its nature, not by any person, is that when you see the painting, you see the light, and you visit a family which is like, you'll be like, no, I prefer the child to be in that place where there is water, electricity, and whatever. But with this program, again, we were obliged to bring some clean water to houses because it requires for children with special disabilities much of hygiene, much of, and the light as well. So the transformation moved also in terms of number. Rather than serving, you can see 26 children with the transformation, the center is receiving over 83. Those are the figures, but they keep changing in terms of growing, as well as bringing children with disabilities and those without disabilities together through stimulation, occupational therapy, music as therapy, any approach we may know. And this is really helping also children growing without that stigmatization of children with disabilities. But we are like transforming that mindset through children growing together in acceptance, because we are all born equal in right and dignity. you so much. But I know I'm not good in concluding. Or maybe I jumped something. Sorry. Thank you. So you are much smarter than me. Thank you so much. This is very key. I will need a few minutes to just talk about this lesson learned, which are part kind of challenges. I mentioned resistance, so you won't see it because someone among the donors said, were you expecting them to welcome you and open doors and say, yo, come and do your work? So you can't call it a challenge, it's just something you should expect of engaging people who have institutions. So the lack of inclusive community hubs, because we really, that is a honest statement based on visiting families. And myself, I grew up with my brother with a disability, which was also severe. And I know what it means. Whenever you need to leave home, someone needs to take full-time assistance. So what does it mean? It may reach a level, and I will give that again to professors to help us understand that implication of having a child with disabilities and the implication on the mental health of the entire family. It's something I've seen with all the publications that you can help us also look into, because these kind of services, inclusive community hubs, help families in terms of respite. It's like a respite, care for children. And again, it is aligned with what we all do. Everyone has left home, except those who have traveled from far. But in the evening, we are returning. So having a child with disability spending time in a daycare center, this is typically different from having a child under a residential center just looking to strange day and night, day and night, and day and night. So by having such kind of services, it will help. It may not be called inclusive community hub, but just having that intention of being inclusive, allowing schools to create spaces and to work on the pace of children with disabilities, that will allow parents to really cope. I don't have the appropriate words to say, but there is to use, but it is something close to having a space where they can go out and live a normal life and then return to home when they have very positive energy. And wherever we tried to do this, we saw also husbands coming back. I love women. Because they were again opening. They were opening the doors and say, welcome back, you see? But I mean, that's why I love them, because they have that heart, that welcome children, including the elder children, the husbands. So having such kind of services can really help family to stay together and not abandon a child with disabilities, as I said, because when they are separated, they get even, they get more negative effect. Building community structures, they are, but I'm calling especially the civil society to join the government political will of having community-based structures for children with disability, for persons with disabilities, as well as NCDA with TMM, the Tuarere Muryango staff, as well as other structures, because the work is too big to really feel satisfied with what is coming as investment unless we join them and we support their efforts. Cost of reintegration, you can anticipate that. And sometimes people say, how sustainable it is, how sustainable it is. We are talking about human rights. A person, that is Human Rights Watch, they qualified it as among persons who are deprived of liberty. Because even if it may be clean, whatever, but the routine are like for any center for person deprived of liberty. And when you describe what you do with them, for example, when you say we give them food, we give them where to sleep, they go to school, you describe whatever you describe, but you can still do that when they are at home. If by keeping them within that environment, they are not very far from what people deprived of liberty are also suffering from. And remember, those deprived of liberty, usually they go through a judicial decision, a judicial review. But even the child protection law here also provide that before you place, go for judicial review. So submit your case within a certain court for them to use a neutral eye before the child is placed in an institution. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. But the judiciary in India is progressing in really controlling, and they've done a visit here, a learning exchange here, and they are coming back in January. Maybe it could be a good precedent for other nations. And so the cost of reintegration is very high. As I said, some have been in an institution for 6 months without receiving any treatment, and you need to go for some specialized surgery and other treatment. So that we are talking about million on one child. Is that sustainable? Can we just leave it the way it is? I think in terms of human rights, the cost is less calculated, but rather how you save the humanity. And the intervention model is there with regards to family life, but when it comes on disability, the model which is still dominating is the medical and the charity models. So you can start something there and bring children with disabilities. Everyone will say, we have a new Messiah in our cell. We didn't know that son has such good heart of taking care of such children. So that is a charity model. But with the right-based model, which we are talking about, which is the culmination of the social model, which started by removing the barriers and so, we are just saying you can't remove one right to one person to benefit from the other. This is not Innocent speaking again. This is those committees that said you can't just, you can't just sacrifice the right to a family life simply because you want to have access to education or to medical treatment. Let it fund you at home. And but we are struggling toward there. What is interesting is that the UN resolution highlighted again that, but in a more diplomatic way, so not speaking the tone I'm using here. The Commonwealth very recently also had a declaration, Kigali Declaration on Child Care Reform. So those are the instruments showing political will that they are also not for institutions, but some government. This is not part of the election. You sell about election, so you may do it or you don't do it, life continues, but it is not fair. Thank you so much. For those who want to get much from Hope and Homes for Children, there is a website there. And Professor Darius Gishoma also helped us, help us conduct a knowledge, attitude, and practices with regard to children with disabilities. So collaboration with University of Rwanda and the University of Makerere, because it was in Rwanda and Uganda. And it really revealed what we see. I don't know, maybe it's by being much in practice, but it is rare, or very rare, where the research don't show you what you really see. Is it? I don't know what it means in terms of research, but I think it is also faithful. It is also faithful on the reality, showing those kind of bad names that are applied to children, to persons with disabilities, trying to make them like things. I saw one drawing saying things don't have right, people have right. So remember, they are not things, they are just different. We need, as a society, to accept our differences, because we'll never find people who are very similar. And if you have people who are very similar, I think we are no longer being a society. We will be just that person. I think it won't be beautiful. So let us be tolerant about those differences and move forward the talk and try to do what we can do. Small will be enough. If I'm allowed, I will just let the video display, which is short compared to the previous one. I think it is 3 minutes. And it will help me again go back in the community and let the community talk to you. I'm not a good MP. Thank you.
Dutangamo serivisi zitandukanye, harimo uburezi, ubugororangingo, ubujyanama, occupational therapy, harimo kwita ku bana bagize imirire mibi. Uburyo yavutse nk'abandi bana, avuka afite umutwe udakomeye utitimirana. Mba namuhera ibere mu bandi babyeyi, namuha ibere mu bandi babyeyi bakambwira ngo icyo ni igicuri konsa. Ntawazaga kunsaba amazi, ntawabaga yazi wanjye ngo ngire icyo muha, kuko wumvaga ko ubwo uwo mwana yagikozeho. Mbega yari afite amazina menshi bamwitaga, asesereza, akomeretsa, ku buryo umwana byanamugizeho n'ingaruka, ahura n'ubwigunge bukabije. Nkimwakira mu ishuri bwa mbere, yari umwana ubona ko atishimye, mbese afite imirire mibi, abasha gukina n'abandi bana, abasha kwiga, ariga mu ishuri, ninjye umwigisha, ubona ko rwose afite ubwenge, ubona ko ubwigunge bwashize. Mbona ko hari ikintu ubujyanama bwaho twabahaye bwatanze, kuko mama yakiriye umwana, aramukunda, amukorera ibishoboka byose. Umwana ufite ubumuga ikinyungukira mu muryango nuko iyo afite ababyeyi biramufasha cyane, yitabwaho, agahabwa ibyo akeneye, ndetse akanaganirizwa kuko aba akeneye kwitabwaho bya hafi. Ntabwo bakibona abana bafite ubumuga ngo bajye bakirikanga nk'uko mbere byabaga bimeze, kuko abaturanyi nta nubwo bari bazi ko abana bafite ubumuga babaho. Ariko aho day care center iziye, abenshi barababona, bakumva ko hariho abana bafite ubumuga, kandi ukabona ko bishimye, bakabona ko bariho nk'abandi, bakumva ko bakwiye kwakirwa mu muryango. Niyo bahura nawe mu minsi iri imbere umwana ufite ubumuga, bagomba kumwakira nk'umwana nk'abandi bose.
Thank you so much to Innocent. Yeah, round of applause. Thank you so much for setting a lovely tone to the start of our final day. That was I'm going to announce our facilitators for the next session. But before I get to that, I just want to announce our first speaker in the next session, Moses Zambo, was unfortunately not able to be with us. So we will watch a pre-recorded video of him today. And instead, we will be hearing from Dr. Allah today this morning. So it's just. But with that, I'll let Joyeuse Yukaka and Sarah come.
UDB. Welcome again to the third day of the symposium. We are happy to be with you and thank you for being with us. So we are having a rainy morning, but I think you are comfortable. I'm wishing you a comfortable rainy morning. So we are already running out of time, but we try to be as quick as we can and be reassured we have wonderful speakers, wonderful presentations. Our speaker will warm you up. So we have 3 presentations this morning. We welcome Dr. Jean Bosco Niyonzima, Dr. Tran Kyunyu and Dr. Allen. So you are welcome, you can have a seat. We are missing one presenter, Niyonzima, Dr. Niyonzima. You are welcome, join the stage. Just so the first presentation will start with the Dr. Niyonzima Jean Bosco. Dr. Niyonzima Jean Bosco is a Rwandan medical doctor who graduated from the National University of Rwanda and holds a master's degree in sustainable development and a diploma in psychosocial foundation from SIT Graduate Institute. So we have to start with Dr. Allen Ahishakiye. So I'm inviting Dr. Allen Ahishakiye to come here and be ready for the session. Dr. Allen Ahishakiye is a pediatrician by function and by profession. He has worked with the Partners in Health for Rwanda, and he has interest in the research of child and family strengthening. So Dr. Allen, you are welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joyeuse. Thank you so much. Today I'm going to present on a research project I'm working on. Title is Predictors and Factors Associated with Poor Mental Health Outcomes Among Caregivers of Children with Disabilities in Rural Rwanda. So my predecessor said that families are very important. That's why they are working with Sugira Muryango to strengthen those families, because we are going to see why with this presentation. So we have many children between the age 0 and 4 years old who had disabilities. 4.3% of children have disabilities. So half live in sub-Saharan Africa and in South Asia. The center and west of sub-Saharan Africa are the most affected, with 58.7% of children living with disabilities. So in Rwandan context, we have the legacy of post-colonial economical impoverishment, which was exacerbated by the genocide, affected caregivers' mental health status, and caused resource scarcity. So we have this study done by Vincent Sezibera and Mutuimana, who shows that 43% of Rwandan parents and their descendants are exposed to post-stress disorder, which are risk factors for depression and anxiety. So furthermore, having a child with disabilities increase the risk of poor mental health outcomes. So combining the history of genocide and the consequences of genocide and the worst caregiver mental health related to genocide, and also the context of childhood development and disabilities, we have an increased risk of poor mental health outcomes among caregivers. So the aim of the study is to assess the mental health outcomes of caregivers of children with disabilities, and to understand factors who are protective and also risk factors to inform the future adaptation of Sugira Muryango. So Sugira Muryango framework is this one, and it targets vulnerable families who are facing some risk factors like misinformation about childhood development, limited stimulation and learning opportunities, and lack of future orientation and planning, and family, social and economical stress, and risk of family violence. So the model came to answer to those risk factors, and the expected outcomes are the improvement of health and related caregiver mental health, well-being, and also the increase of caregiver engagement and safe home environment and reduce violence. So this study will be a mixed method explanatory sequential study, and I'm going to present the first result. So it is a study who was done in 2018 in three districts, Rubavu, Ngoma, and Nyanza. And the result shows that among the people who received the intervention, we had those who have children with disabilities. We had 64.8% with children with disability had poor mental health outcomes. And in our population, the primary caregivers were the majority, were women, 98%. And we had also single mothers. Joyeuse will work to understand more deeply the mental health and the childhood development among single mothers. And we had also married mothers and separated, divorced. Mostly we had married and separated and divorced. The caregiver education level, we had the majority didn't finish the primary school. 52%. And among the disabilities we identified for children was vision problems, mobility problems, hearing, and rigidity and loss of consciousness. So the protective factors we found was, like my predecessor said, family unity was something which was protective against poor mental health outcomes. We had also married couples or cohabitating families. And we had also biological mother. Being a biological mother was a protective factor. For anxiety, the protective factors were family unity, being the biological mother, and also having a certain level of education. The risk factors we found among married caregivers was the history of severe illness and economical hardship, and having ever been victim of any abuse. Also, we found any child violent punishment was associated with poor mental health outcomes. But mostly we have this kind of ever victim of any abuse. So intimate partner violence was 4 times associated with poor mental health outcomes. The other findings about risk factors among poor mental health for everyone was coping with food insecurity, economic hardship, caregiver severe illness, recent history. and any child violent punishment. So for married people, we found also ever perpetrated any abuse, economical hardship, but mostly people who had history of severe illness have 5 times risk of being to develop anxiety. So to conclude, we found that caregivers of children with disability face many challenges that expose them to poor mental health outcomes and anxiety. In Rwanda specifically, we found that the history of any severe illness, economic hardship, and intimate partner violence was the most risk factors of poor mental health among caregivers of children with disabilities. The good news was that we have also some protective factors that can inform the adaptation of Sugira Muryango as well, like living with a partner, family unity, and being the biological mother. So the other things was to have a certain level of education was associated with a certain level of coping with anxiety among caregivers of children with disabilities. So thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Allen. Let's welcome our next speaker, who is Dr. Niyonzima Jean Bosco. He's a Rwandan medical doctor who graduated from National University of Rwanda and hold a master's in sustainable and diploma, psychosocial foundation from SIT, graduating. So he has over 12 years of experience in leadership and management, international development and humanitarian context. He has worked in several challenging African countries in the UK with a different organization, including Save the Children International, Medical Corps International, and Last Mile Health and Partners. He is currently the executive director for the Center for Peace, and his confound helped tackle the trauma and common mental condition through community healing approach in Rwanda and beyond, including context. So you are welcome, Dr. Jean Bosco, to give us the
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So I'm going to present to you the results from the evaluation of our program on community-based social healing model, which was an iteration on the healing program after the pilot phase. But before I start, I want to invite the audience to practice with me just one exercise, breathing exercise, so that you get to understand what I'm talking about. I'm sure most of you know the magnitude of mental health problems in Rwanda, where over 20% of the general population and 50% in genocide survivors live with mental health conditions, predominantly depression, anxiety, PTSD. And most of those conditions derive from chronic PTSD, which is also compounded with chronic trauma. Unfortunately, only 10% of those who need mental health care services access them through our institutional or conventional mental health system, which is facility-based, individualized, and mainly medicalized. Our community-based social healing model complements the conventional healthcare systems with the integration of breath, body, mind practices with collective narrative using the tree of life and rituals. We do this through community healing assistants, whom we recruit from the community, train them, and supervise them to facilitate healing practices through therapeutic groups of maximum 20 people per each group. They meet once a week for 15 weeks, and then they transition to long-term support groups, but with additional socio-economic activities, including lending circles, solidarity work, and eventually cooperatives. Why do we integrate breath, body, mind practices with collective narrative and rituals? Rituals like dancing, drumming create safe space for storytelling. And telling and retelling your story bring participants or restore the sense of belonging, self-worth, meaning, and purpose. But studies show that for people living with severe traumas, storytelling may be very challenging because of dissociation, which is due to the disconnection between mind and body. Now, the practice of breath, body, mind techniques actually restore the emotional and self-awareness by the stimulation of interoceptive brain structures, and also stimulate the neurophysiological processes which regulate emotions and also enhances social engagement, improving the capacity of empathy, compassion, and understanding. Now, we implemented this program last year, and as I said, it was an iteration of the model after the pilot phase. 32 community healing assistants were recruited from the community, trained and supervised to provide facilitation of the therapeutic journey to 900 participants, but we conducted the survey in 704 people amongst them. So data collection was conducted by community healing assistants, and they used the mini international neuropsychiatric interview based on the DSM-4. Tools like PHQ-9 for depression, GAD-7 for anxiety, and PCL-5 for PTSD were used to screen for those conditions. And data analysis was conducted by a private consultant. As you can see, the majority of participants were females from all ages and mainly farmers. If you look at the effects on depression, anxiety, and PTSD, you can see from the baseline and endline difference, there is a huge, statistically significant difference. And the quality of life was also statistically significant. When you look at the lost days due to health conditions, you can see here the mean in pre-intervention and also the mean in post-intervention. There is a very statistically significant improvement. I have not brought all the indicators here, but I will do a summary of the results. So you can see PTSD, anxiety, and depression. So we had 70% of participants who recovered from depression, 69% from anxiety, and 55% from PTSD symptoms. And you can see that we recorded around 50% decrease in lost days. And this also had effects on, increase in children's school attendance, 26%, 65% less intimate partner violence, and 49% less conflict with the neighbors. Of course, underneath statistics, we have very inspiring stories from participants. Like, I was almost dead, but now I'm alive. A couple of people saying, we were almost in hell for 7 years of separation. Now we are in honeymoon, and we are able to produce and get children back to school. And also the government appreciates the program as inspiring to the Rwandan program called Ndi Umunyarwanda. We are all Rwandans. So what's next? As of now, we are planning to conduct a randomized control trial starting next month to generate more robust evidence so that we can support the scale-up. And really our long-term strategy is to engage with the Ministry of Health and other institutions so that the program can be integrated in the primary healthcare system to facilitate that scale-up. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bosco. As you noticed, our presenter have a sense of time management. So I will wish the same from you when it comes to questions and answers. So you can already start noting your question down. You will have to ask your question after the third presenter has presented. So let's welcome the third presenter of this panel. She is Dr. Tran Kyun Yu. She has been the head of research division in Institute of Social Development Studies since June 2019. She received her bachelor degree in pharmacy in 2002. She acquired her master's degree in international course in health development at the University of VU in the Netherlands in 2010. And her PhD focused on child maltreatment at the Center of Child and Family Studies in Leiden University in the Netherlands. She was awarded a prestige grant such as Netherlands fellowship programs and other grants from NIH, and her scientific focuses on parenting, mental health, violence prevention, and responses. She has over 15 years experience working in international medical services, public health institution, and she's focusing on children protection, mental health for vulnerable population. You're welcome, Dr. New.
Good morning, everyone. So on behalf of my team, Dr. Mary De Silva from University of New England, I would like to present our finding on the feasibility, acceptability, and preliminary efficacy of happily. It is a telephone psychosocial intervention tackles stigma for youth living with HIV in Vietnam. So here is my country. We are Southeast Asia country, and we are low middle income country. We share the border with China, Laos, Cambodia, and the population of Vietnam is 99 millions, and now we have about 250,000 people living with HIV, and every year we have new cases, HIV new cases, and 50% of them are men having men, SM. As you can see that, the people living with HIV, mostly in the red area, is the capital Hanoi and the Ho Chi Minh City. It's two big cities in Vietnam. Okay. So as many where in the world, people living with HIV in Vietnam have issues with self-stigma, so the way that they negatively devalue themselves, and the issue with perceived stigma. Perceived stigma is the way you perceive your stigmatization status, and because they have self-stigma and perceived stigma, they went through to avoidance strategy. It means that they try to not disclose their HIV status, and they avoid access health service that they can their HIV status. Another avoidance strategy that they will withdraw from mate relationship, that they don't know their HIV status. We conduct and post study, a small study in a community health center in Hanoi, the capital of Vietnam. Picture of the community health center. Okay, so the data collection were conducted from 2021, 2022, and we recruit 59 patients, 59 youth living with HIV, and up until 2022, we have 38 youth complete the interventions. Now, we have COVID quarantine, so affect the data collection. So we have dropout rate. Most of our sample are male. It also reflects the situation that MSM is main group new infection HIV in Vietnam. So I will talk a little bit about our interventions. Here is the three pillars of our intervention. The first is cognitive behavior therapy. Second pillar is nonviolent communication, and the third is motivational interviewing. Cognitive behavior therapy will help to change the negative pattern of thinking and behavior. And with nonviolent communication, we aim to develop the empathy, social support, and resolve interpersonal conflicts. Because as you know, that stigma relates a lot to interpersonal relationship. And motivational interviewing is a method to improve the motivation for changes. And meta-analysis found that the inclusion of motivational interviewing with CBT increases the motivation for change. So here is the structure of our interventions. With cognitive behavioral therapy, we have 3 sessions on relaxation, realistic thinking, problem solving. And in this session, we also provide some basic knowledge on neuroscience, that the patient know what is going on the brain, hit their behavior to create a strong neural pathway. And with nonviolent communication, we provide in 2 sessions, and we also provide knowledge on evolutionary psychology, so that they understand in evolutionary perspective why we have the human behavior explained in evolutionary perspective. And the last 5 sessions, we will have the youth combine the skin together to strengthen the positive pathway. So we have different topics like dealing with major event, comfort zones, dealing with anger, and relapse prevention. So this is 5 sessions delivered over 10 weeks, 1 week, and each session about 1 hour. Okay, so you may know about attachment theory. Yeah? According to attachment theory, you can see that there are 2 axes. The horizontal one is the view of self, and the vertical axis is a view of other. So if you have positive view of self and positive view of other, your attachment style will be secure. And if you have positive view of other but negative view of self, your attachment style will be anxious. And if positive view of self and negative view of other, it will be avoidant attachment style. And if you have both negative view of other and self, your attachment style will be fearful. That with people living with HIV, they will have negative view of self because of HIV status, and they also have difficult about the relationship with others. So it's also related both with view of self and view of other. So by these 3 pillars, we have the youth living with HIV move to the secure area. Okay, so we use task shifting approach. So the intervention we deliver by paraprofessional. Yeah, not psychologists, but paraprofessional. They could like a health background or social science background, and we deliver over the telephone. Only the phone. We don't have to see each other at all. Can feel secure. Okay, so over the intervention, we check the weekly frequency positive view of self and weekly positive view of other over the intervention for 10 weeks. So each graph represents for the progress of one patient. So if you can see that over 10 weeks of intervention, the frequency positive view of self other was improving over 10 weeks. It means that we have the you moving to the you area. So other finding with stigma, we found that the self-stigma, perceived stigma, and avoidance strategy were reduced significantly after the interventions. And similar with depression and stress, with anxiety, we also found the reduction chance, but the significant is nearly significant. We also found that for suicidal ideation, the percentage of you with suicidal ideations reduced significantly, and with the social support, we found the improvement. However, it's not significant yet, and we didn't find the changes in ART adherence and viral loss. The reason could be at the beginning, the adherence and viral load is good already. So here is some sharing from the youth. I feel good participating in the programs, allow me to better myself, and some skills help me to solve problem. I just my way of thinking in life, and I know how to solve problem more effectively. To be honest, I was complete failure before enrolling in this program. I was open to communicate with everyone before I got age. But after that, I feel autistic, and I found this program to be extremely beneficial to me and become more confident, began to think more myself more thoroughly. Okay, so some limitation of our study is a small pilot study, and our population is mainly men, having stayed with men. The intervention is quite intensive for 10 weeks, so it can affect the dropout rate. And to train coaching staff will require time and resources. Our conclusion is that we need a further assessment by larger control trial, and so that an implementation science too, so that we can explore the task shifting approach in mental health in Vietnam. And the curriculum is available in English and Vietnamese for adoption and translations. So I would like to take that chance to say thank you to NIH, Fogarty International Center, Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development, Office of AIDS Research, and Nam Tu Liam Outpatient Clinic. So thank you for listening. We have an email here and some detailed table that you can look at when the organizer can send the presentation to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nihu, for the good presentation about the telepsychosocial stigma reduction intervention in youth in Vietnam, which was a good presentation, as well as taking this opportunity to thank the presenters, Dr. Ali and Dr. Jean Bosco, for the great presentation. As we are familiar after the presentation, we know what's next, right? I hope you are ready to give, to fire the question, as they are very good researchers at this extent. So myself, I'm moved for their work. So I think it's your turn to ask questions. I'm by names of Grizarinda. As we gather to you for your question. So as they are delivering the mic to you, I would like to ask one of the questions I got from their presentation right away. Starting, maybe I can start from Dr. Are. So your findings indicate that additional consideration for children and family with children with disabilities need to be taken within family strengthening, parenting, and ECD intervention. Do you think adopting interventions such as Sujira Muryango to support families with children with disabilities would be also utilized for other marginalized groups, often overlooked by these types of interventions?
Thank you so much. So you said overall.
I said, like you said about children and family with disabilities need to be taken into with family strengthening program, parenting, and ECD. So do you think adapting interventions such as Sujira Muryango to support families with disabilities or children with disabilities would be also utilized for other marginalized groups, often overlooked by these type of interventions?
Yes, sure. Thank you so much for the question. Yes, we need to adapt the intervention for any kind of vulnerable people, especially after assessing of their needs specifically. And children with disabilities are the one we are focusing on now. But I think that we need also to think about adapting Sugira Muryango for other vulnerable population, like people who are facing climate change, and they find themselves in a critical situation. So yes, Sugira Muryango should be adapted everywhere for vulnerable population. Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for highlighting that Sugira Muryango should intervene in other marginalized group. So going to the audience, so the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Elaine. This is David from Uganda. Thank you so much for that brilliant talk concerning mental health among caregivers. I have two questions. The first one is your definition of the mental health status and the tool you use to assess it. Then my second is actually a comment. We have done similar work in Uganda, but our outcome was quality of life. And they have really low quality of life. I'd also encourage you to look for quality of life in these caregivers. Because usually the mental health pathologies could be the tip of the iceberg of a bigger problem. Yes, and to Dr. Niyonzima, I wanted you to talk about how you defined recovery from depression. You gave us some statistics about percentages that recovered from depression. Just wanted to know how you define that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. If I had, is Derek from Uganda. If I had, I think they can respond to this question as we get other questions from the audience, starting from Dr. Ale again. I don't know why I'm starting from, but yeah.
Thank you so much for your question. So the tool we used to define mental health outcomes was the HSCL, the Hopkins symptom checklist with 25 items. And we were able to define those with depression and those with anxiety. And you are right, we should consider to assess the quality of life because there are a couple of studies done and shows that yes, the food insecurity, the environment condition, so the livelihood of caregivers with children with disabilities face challenges related to quality of life. Yes, thank you so much. And we are with our study, we plan to do a qualitative component. This one will inform us more deeply about the quantitative findings and try to explain the findings from the perspective of those caregivers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ale, for highlighting that. So Dr. Jean Bosco can take us through how do you define the recovery from depression as highlighted in your presentation?
Thank you for the question. As I said, we used two measurement instruments. The mini international psychiatric interview based on DSM-4. This was for screening, and we have two characteristics for depression. So you have either, this despair, chronic fatigue. And the second thing is you no longer have pleasure or you no longer have interest in something that you are used to be interested in. Now, when we do screening, You have either both or one of those characteristics. And then we move to understanding the level of severity of depression using primary health questionnaire, PHQ-9. So this is what really gave us the level of depression. So you either have mild or moderate or severe. Now, when we say people recovered from depression, those are people who were depression symptom. So they were like a depression free. Most of them had severe depression, and at the end of the intervention, none of the symptoms, or mild or moderate. So I didn't present all the details about the severity, but to cut it like in a nutshell, those are the people who had zero symptom after the intervention. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for presenters. My question goes to Dr. Jean Bosco and Dr. Turan. I was interested in your work, the community, and I think we want to learn from you because you have sessions with parents, trauma healing, and capacity building. How do you measure the long-term impact? Because for us, you can see that in the short term, we can see the improvement of symptoms and everything. But later on, you can see that there are some relapse because the new challenges happen in their life. How do you have any follow-up system to continue them? So how is the impact of your program for long term? When I say long term, there are things like so we want to run from.
Thank you for the question. So that's a limitation. Up to now, we have not measured long-term impact yet. But we presume that in the long run, people sustain healing for two things. So first of all, we equip them with like skills to be able to address or to cope with the situation. But the second thing is when they do complete 15 weeks of like a formal therapeutic journey, they transition into self-help groups or long-term support groups. And really what I have learned is, based on a study that was conducted in Nairobi, in Kenya, they compared people in groups with therapy and other people in groups with no therapy. But results were almost the same. So I believe that group is powerful in terms of healing. But moving forward, we have now integrated long-term impact measurement. So we'll do it with our RCT, but also with other subsequent interventions, 6 months later or 1 year later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jean Bosco. I think you addressed the question to two individuals, if I was right, if I'm right.
Thank you for your questions, and I think it's also the similar answer is the limitation of a small pilot study. So we aim to develop a randomized control that we can measure the effect, long-term effect, not only right after the interventions. I share that sometimes we still receive the feedback from the participant that they were promoted or they got married, so but we didn't have a data collection office so for that, but we will plan to do that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the response Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have one question. I think it can be either addressed by Yonzima or the colleague who well presented the use of CBT. I appreciate it. My question is this: from the data Yonzima you presented, when I simply compare the improvement in depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder, simply from percentage, I can formulate hypothesis saying post-traumatic stress is resistant as compared to conditions. Or I may say the improvement PTSD is as compared to condition. My question is this: why, for example, the PTSD be resistant as compared to the condition? My assumption is perhaps the group setting may prove depression because the group setting will connect, will enlarge the social network, and participants will benefit from that kind of social support, emotional support, maybe direct support, they may be, anyway, do you agree with me that PTSD doesn't improve like what we can see in the condition? Why do you think it's distant? Can we assume that individualized treatment may be better than a group setting as far as PTSD is concerned?
Thank you, Professor Vincent, for the question. So I had the same question comparing the results here with the results we got from the pilot phase. Because in the pilot phase, actually PTSD recovery was 74% as compared to depression recovery, which was 59%. Now, may it be due to technical, because for the first time we did the data collection with health professionals, like psychologists, systematically. With the second, the evaluation of the iteration, we did the data collection with community healing assistants. Now, where do we stand? I would say that it's a learning process, and with time we will understand better. But moving forward, also we are looking at the tool that we have used. We found that there was a technical error. When we use the Mini, the system, we set up a system that makes like additions. We say if you have 3, then you move forward, and it was not automatic. So we thought that it was probably a technical glitch. So let's learn more with next interventions and evaluations. Now, for the rest, I would only argue whether like in group or individual therapy may be better than group. 2 years ago, Interpeace conducted like a research in Bugesera, and they found out that most participants don't feel comfortable with individual therapy modalities. And actually this explains why, well, not totally, but it's one of the factors that may explain why when you look at people who are aware of services, the availability of services, 62% from your studies, only 5% could use those available services. Why? Because most people don't feel comfortable coming to a health, like a psychologist for individual therapy. So I would assume that group settings may be based on that, may be more effective in PTSD as it is in depression in our setting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for Dr. Jean Bosco. I think Prof also you did one among or two. I think if you have something to add about the question.
Because my intervention doesn't work with, we don't measure PTSD, so I think I cannot contribute for my finding to your questions. You didn't.
So, going to the next one.
Thank you so much. My question goes to Jean Bosco. And I know that cultural norms is one of the challenge barrier we met during our implementation of mental health intervention. And I'd like to know if you have met some of those challenges and how you tried to overcome this challenge in your program intervention. Thank you.
Mean culture? Yeah, so I think I have learned a lesson from the community. We don't even mention mental health. So when we teach, when we train community healing assistants, we speak in terms of symptoms. Of course, when we teach them, we address all like a basic notion on trauma and depression, anxiety, PTSD, and psychosomatic manifestations. But when they do recruitment, because they do it one-on-one, and even when we do kind of campaign, we don't mention mental health. Because in the minds of people, it's itself stigmatizing. That's what I have learned. We only say, okay, those people who have issues in sleeping, have like chronic headaches, or who need spare, or have, you mention symptoms, and then, people feel more comfortable to join groups. Another thing, actually this corroborates what I have learned in Zimbabwe from Friendship Bench. They use grandmothers to treat depression. And when they started, they were using something like mental health disorders. People were afraid to go to seek for help. Now they changed, they removed the mental health. They said, Friendship Bench. If you have this problem of despair, you come and you sit on the bench, you speak with the mother, like a grandmother, and it worked. So I think we need to probably be more innovative in our context because people are afraid of hearing about like a mental health, because when you have a mental health disorder, it's crazy. This is what people think. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I saw the hand from Prof. Therese Ventacourt.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for an excellent panel. These were all fabulous conversations and very rigorous research. I'd love to see the randomized control trials next. Dr. Alain, I have a question for you about children with disabilities. I know that there are many different forms of disability, everything from visual impairment, hearing impairment, all the way to much more impaired conditions such as Down syndrome or cerebral palsy. So what are your thoughts as you think about what the needs are, what components you would add, and how you would deal with the complexity of many different types of disabilities as they present themselves in children, as you think about adapting evidence-based interventions to be responsive, like adapting Sugiro Muyongo?
Thank you. Also, I have a question.
Okay.
It's directed to those who have mentioned the issue of children with disabilities. I have a question because many of children with disabilities found that they meet with the problem that their families get them out of their homes. So I want to ask you what the approaches as Srijira Muryango used to address the stigma issues of the children with disabilities meet on the street. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start with the big one and the difficult one from my mentor. I think I will learn a lot about that from you as well. But what I think is that there are some pathways we can explore. For example, for speech. Sugira Muryango use like stimulation, and we can dig more on understanding how we can improve early the speech delay or some speech issues. The other component, the other disability is cerebral palsy. With the mobility and the stimulation, I hope that we can find some tools locally available we can use and try to stimulate those children to help them to improve quickly. And on the side of the mother, as we saw that there is this kind of family unity and harmony in the family, we can try to understand what family unity means for those caregivers and try to focus on that using Sugira Muryango adaptation for specifically for caregivers with children with disabilities. And you talk about Down syndrome, and those are big one and difficult one. And there are some specific specialized tools we can use, or there are some centers we can work with and follow up, teach the family how to follow up with the indication from that specialized unit. And yes, I think there is a way to work with those families with disabilities and try to train them specifically according to their needs. For the question about children on the street and stigmatization, this will be a kind of community-based approach where we need to teach the community and to inform, because Sugira Muryango is using there is a misinformation around childhood development. So we need to teach the community that this is not a witchcraft or an abomination, but something which can happen. And Sugira Muryango can more focus on those components when dealing with families and the neighborhood where the family is living, but also when we see children on the street, we can help them to integrate families. You know that the foster families, we hear from Hope and Homes, we can help Hope and Homes to try to help the integration of those children on the street. Because I hear that it was a difficult process when it comes to the reintegration. And we need to deal with families strengthening, we need to deal with family unity, we need to deal with harmony in the family and acceptance, love of those children, to increase the acceptance part of the the intervention. So there is a lot to do around that, but we need to do the need assessment to know specifically those families, what they need. Yes, thank you so much. It's not an easy one, but I hope that I will learn a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dre, for the response and highlighting that need assessment is needed to see what they really need. I have the quick question to Dr. Nhu regarding to her presentation as well. You mentioned one of the limitations to your study was that you only studied one vulnerable group or population. What other vulnerable group could this intervention be tested? And do you have plan to integrate other group in the future randomized controlled trials?
Okay, so in Vietnam, the HIV occur in key population, MSM, female sex worker, and drug user. But now there is transition. The new HIV, 50% in men having sex with men. So our plan that we focus on this high-risk population group. Yeah, it's our main plan to conduct the randomized controlled trial. But in our pilot study, we also conduct with the two women who transmitted from her husband, and it's also work because it's individual intervention, so it's easy to adapt to each. It's not group intervention, individual, so it is potential to individualize for different situations. And I believe that we are conducting the similar intervention for people with depression. So we found a significant result too. So I believe that the intervention can work with many different situations from different groups.
Thank you so much. I would like to, any other question remaining?
Thank you.
So if there is no question,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Ali, from your presentation, you were saying these are the protective factors for those caregivers of children with disabilities. And my concern is about one of the protective factors that is shown about advanced level of education. And I was just wondering, after your research, after highlighting this point of advanced level of education, what was the intervention that for those mothers or for those caregivers that have children, that they can improve and have different knowledge and skills regarding what they need of their children.
Thank you so much. This is a good question, and from that finding about advancing education, and it's something which wasn't maybe among the 12 modules we have from Sugira Mujyango, and which we could maybe, yes, try to build on and see how we can help those mothers of children with disabilities to enroll in school if they are not, and to help them find a support for the children. There are some specialized centers which can take the children, and then the mother can have a time to go and continue her studies. So I think this is very important and something we need to take into account, the education of those mothers, because they need to understand what to do for their children, and this sometimes requires some advanced education. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Are. I think we are going to close this session from here, as I know there are several questions that you had, and it's better to write it down because it is a mark that this session was interesting, and a very good researcher gets a question from the event and go to practice and research more about it. Thank you so much for the opportunity to give us what you had and your research about. I'd like to request a round of applause as we close for this session of the day, for this session. So thank you so much. So as we are taking on to the another session, so I have a little about today in history, as I was part of the first the last Rwanda Research Symposium held at the same place, but next place to this. We had an event. The event was planned around at 8 sharp. So it was the recent visit of Macron, His Excellency Macron Emmanuel. So, and we had an unexpected change on time. So, as a result of that, it reminds me that Professor Isabel also was part of visit to French or to France before this event. So it is two coexisting events happened in the different years. So yeah, that was about it. So I would like to take this opportunity as well to introduce the next speakers. And I want to go far, but without recognizing that one of them is my former professor, which I would start with him to introduce. I'd like to welcome Dr. Smeoso Sebatukura who is going to deliver us the session. Sorry, before I start from there, looking at your eyes, you seem to be tired, so I think you can do something related to health break, right?
Or can we invite Grace? Grace, can you have like a 1-2 minutes for coconut or 2 liters, something like that?
Hello, good morning. So, what did you prefer, 2 liter or coconut? 2 liter? Okay, let's go for 2 liter. Please stand up. My assistant, come here. So, you already know the song, and someone new? Oh, okay. Let's show them. So, it's a song. We'll be singing Turita Turita, and Pacific here will be doing some gesture. So, you follow Pacific, and I will be singing. And you have to sing. Yesterday you didn't sing, so you have to sing. So let's go! And then sing. Turita, 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 ta. Dance, 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 please. Turita, 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 ta. Thumbs up. Turita, 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 ta. Turita, 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 ta. Hands back. Turita, 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 ta. Turita, 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 ta. Turita, turita, ta. Legs apart. Turita, turita, turitata. Aha. Turita, turita, turitata. Knees together. Turita, turitata, turita, turita, turitata. Turita, turitata. Aha. Turn around. Turita, turita, turitata. Turita, turita, turitata. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before you sit, I have one more to add. So this is specifically for mental health. So you have it for some who haven't taken or took any other screening for mental health, this is for you. And for everyone, right? So what you're going to help me with is your attention, right? So I think we are all familiar with what we call alphabetics and numbers. We know how to count and we know how to do alphabetics, right? A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, right? So here we go. I'm trying to see like we can take two things at a go in counting, you know. So we are going like this. You have to say a letter and a number that they are correspond to each other. If I say 1, that's A. If I say 2, that's B. If I say C, that is, you are very good at it. So what we are going to do is we are going to say from 1 until to 4, and A until to D. So, and we shall be decreasing as we mark and until we reach 1A, right? This is how it goes. It's 1A, 2B, 3C, 4D. 1A, 2B, 3C. 1A, 2B, 1A. Are we together? Is your memory okay? So let's test this. Are you ready? Let's start from 1. Let me repeat before you, and you will show me and prove me wrong. Look at your fellow and be sure if the memory is, you know better. So let me give you an example. 1A, 2B, 3C, 4D. 1A, 2B, 3C. 1A, 2B. 1. So I'm counting 3 and we go. Ready? Look at your fellow. Look at your fellow and we go. So now 1A, 2B, 3C, 4D. 1. Clap your hands. So maybe I didn't manage to see you to check on you all, but I hope your memory is fresh and you can still remember what we started, what we gained from this event since the start. Without further ado, I will take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Symposium to, and we clap hand, please. Dr. Symposium is a senior lecturer in the Department of Clinical Psychology at the University of Rwanda since 2009, and a visiting lecturer at the master's program of the Protestant Institute of Social Sciences. Before entering academia, he worked as a lecturer in secondary school in Democratic Republic Congo and Burundi as well. He worked as an administrative staff at National University of Rwanda, which is now University of Rwanda, and where he worked as the head of Department of Planning, Director of Student Affairs, and Director of Secretariat of the University of Rwanda. Motivated to embark in academic activities, he has undertaken master program in clinical psychology and therapeutics, completed a dissertation at the University of Rwanda, and PhD at the University of Rwanda with doctoral training at Catholic University of Louvain, Belgium. His academic activities include teaching, mainly undergraduate and master program, doing research, including supervision of thesis and publication, review at the journal called Academia Edu of the California, USA, and service to the community, Christian activity as pastor, who initiated Mukoni International Church in Adepere since 1997. His research interest is practice of mental health care in hospital of Rwanda after decentralizing mental health service in all hospitals of Rwanda. Pastor Dr. Simeoso Batukula Gitimba has attended many national and international conference, workshops, symposium, and has publication and many certificates in many domains. So, thank you for coming. And the next we have Françoise Calibwende. Please, round applause to as we welcome her. So, Françoise Calibwende, I think many of us has the business card. You can easily tell that she's from Wihogola, and more are yet to come. So, is the founder of and the clinical director of the Wihogola Psychosocial Center, as I said, with more of 2 dedicated decades of work experience in mental health, psychology, and education. She is a specialized clinical psychologist passionate about mental health and well-being of children and adolescents, with master degree in clinical psychology from the University of Rwanda, class 2021. Calibwende Francois has over 6 years specialized in child psychology using appropriate therapies, including narrative therapy, alternative care of children, psychodrome des enfants, cognitive behavior therapy, systematic approach, and foster family care. Her master degree research focused on the role of narrative therapy in healing and behavior disorders, PTSD, anxiety among abandoned children in Rwanda. A case study from SOS village of Jumba. Prior to advanced university studies, she studied clinical psychology in her undergraduate education. So here is Françoise. The next one and the last one is Samuel Haiman. Round of applause as he is coming forward. Mr. Samuel Habimana holds a Bachelor of Science degree and Masters of Public Health, and currently pursuing PhD at Loma Linda University, specifically within the School of Behavior Health. Additionally, he serves as the founder and the executive director of Rwanda Resilience and Grounding Organization. So here we go, we have the prominent 3 speakers of today. So I'll give the mic to the Dr. Simo to give us his presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to thank, first of all, the organizer of this regional symposium. It is not the first time, it is the third time they are organizing a very important symposium, and that will have a very big impact for the improvement of mental health in Rwanda. And I take also this opportunity as someone who teaches to thank especially Prof. Betancourt and Prof. Sezivera, who is the head of this activity, for the opening to youth, to young student, young staff in mental health and young professional. I think this large opening to young is also something every teacher should recognize and thank the organizer. Okay. As you I was supposed to be with the student Irafasha Maurice, so I have supervised his undergraduate thesis, but he has not been able to attend the problem car accident, and he's under treatment. We are praying for his recovery. I will do it on his behalf. His work, I was just a supervisor. So it is an undergraduate thesis, but we have decided to present it because we want to inform the audience about the development, the decentralization of mental health in Rwanda. Rwanda has I am interested by this since I was doing my master program. I have done it for the southern province. When I embarked to PhD, I worked on the decentralization, analyzing the practice of mental health care in Rwanda, in hospitals of Rwanda. This has allowed me to visit all mental health services in all the hospitals of Rwanda. Today, I am also interested to supervise students who want to work on the quality of mental health practices in hospitals and now in health centers. Something also very interesting to note is Rwanda is the only one country, when I was doing my thesis, I don't know if after, maybe it has changed, the only one country that in Africa and in all low and middle countries had a decentralized mental health services up to health centers. It is something that is very interesting for the development of mental health. So here just it is a case study. We have considered the Mathias Health Center. It is located in Huye. Quickly, introduction. In Africa, mental health is considered a silent epidemic. It is also characterized by structural and systemic barriers such as inadequate health care infrastructure, insufficient number of mental health specialists, and the lack of access to all levels of care. it is also considered a neglected and increasingly burdensome problem. There is prioritizing mental health. Prioritizing mental health has also been difficult due to lack of resources, limited funding, and no or ineffective mental health policies. So we will, it was just to inform that the situation around the world, in Africa first of all, but let us go in Rwanda. In Rwanda, in recognition of this high burden post-genocide health system reconstruction effort, there was creation of mental health division in 1995, followed by the decentralization at the district level in 2011. There was a mental health national plan which proposed the integration of mental health into non-specialist primary care services. There was mental health services gradually decentralized to the district within patient, and now we are at the level of health centers, as I told you. The integration of mental health services was effective in 42 district hospitals in 2018 and in 45 district hospitals in 2016. This decentralization of mental health services has contributed to the increasing number of consultation, treatment, and the transfer of patients, and the recruitment of mental health professionals in hospitals of Rwanda. I should inform that now we have more than 400 clinical psychologists working in health centers only. This integration of mental health care into primary care use a task sharing approach where the one who is there work as a psychiatrist, even he has to work also with the psychiatrist or the mental health nurse who is working in district hospital. The objective was to analyze, the specific objective, to analyze how diagnosis is being done there. 2, to assess the kind of therapeutic care that are available. 3, to determine how the patient follow-up is done after the treatment session. And 4, to determine the challenges facing this therapeutic care. I should note that when I was supervising this work, we had no any mental health professional in a health center, but the nurse working in the health center was trained in mental health, a short training. Methodology, qualitative research design. We had at Matthias Health Center only 12. The population was 12 at the time the thesis was being conducted. 12 patients. We considered among those who were available, 9, and the nurse who was trained in mental health. The technique we used was interview and the documentary technique also. So the result, I should apologize, I think it is not visible, but we have here, we have more male than female. We have the age, the third column, we have when they get sick, who has treated them. We have some who passed through traditional healers before coming to the health center, and others who have been under religious healers also. This practice also is common in Rwanda, even no regulated. The diagnosis more were epileptic patients sent by district hospital following being followed by a health center which is near where they live. We have only one with psychotic depression and one with psychotic disorder induced by head tumor. We explain, there is explanation of those, the table. We should maybe consider how the diagnosis is being done at the health center. We should note that there is no specific consultation at the time the thesis was conducted for mental health patient in this health center. We had only patients who are consulted in general consultation because the staff was not a mental health professional, but a nurse in general nursing trained in mental health, but not being a professional. What he did, everyone among the people who come usually in a health center, the one he suspected with mental health problem, the health center nurse transferred the patient directly to Kabutare District Hospital for further assessment, diagnosis, and the treatment. About the therapeutic care available at Matyazo Health Center, we had two groups of patients, new cases and old cases. For new cases, the therapeutic care consists in the provision of appropriate explanation of problem to the patient and the transfer to Kabutare District Hospital. For new cases, and there we had only 2 new cases we received per month when we had 12 old cases. For new cases who are unstable or with serious symptoms like physical and verbal aggression, the therapeutic care in a health center at the time the thesis was conducted consisted in stabilizing them using medication and transferring them to Kabutare District Hospital for continuing. For old cases, the therapeutic care consists in administering the prescribed medication as it was recommended by Kabutare District Hospital, who had a service with mental health, with a mental health professional. The therapeutic care consists also in assessing the therapeutic effect of medication, managing side effect of medication, providing advice to patients related to medication adherence. We had some interviews. We have here 3 who show the kind of treatment they get at the health center. We come here once in a month. Our healthcare provider asks us how we feel and what is the evolution of the mental disease regarding the therapeutic effect of medication. Afterward, he gives us the other package of medication, and write the next month rendezvous on our small file, which colleague panned. Then we return to our home. We had a similar interviews. About the follow-up, we are going very far to conclude. About the follow-up of mental health patients after leaving the health center, all said there is no other follow-up at home. About now, something that is very interesting. The mental health, the staff working in a health center said, we plan to create cooperative or supportive group of mental health patients, enabling them to meet more, to offer easily mutual support emotionally and economically. So this is recommended by World Health Organization to have mental patient organized in some kind of cooperative or association. About challenges we face in a health center, like at Matiazo, sorry, poverty, the capacity, the mean to have medicine. Also, the lack of mental health literacy for the family members. This was also a problem. The patient needs someone to help him, to remind him, to help him for a good adherence of medicine prescribed. We had also a challenge raised by the care provider about having many responsibilities. He was in charge of patient with mental health problem and patient with other kind of biologic health. So he was very busy and he lacked sufficient. There is also need of other training. So about the discussion that we will not have time to, we come back about, we have a few mental patients who are coming in health centers, only 2 per month. And this, we had the problem that are caused by that are also common in other countries. A preference on self-reliance. We have, until now in Rwanda, people who are seeking help from alternative sources, not going in mental health services. We have low perceived need toward help seeking. We have lack of affordability. Even we have mutual in Rwanda, but we have still people who give this as an obstacle. So we have also other people who have documented about this and who would like to say that we have still many challenges. So to conclude, let us say that mental health, Matiazo Health Center, as primary health care, contribute to the follow-up of mental health care of patients. And 2, we need to strengthen the mental health, the Matiazo Health Center, in training and in recruiting a patient who is a professional of mental health. Thank you.
Again, round of applause to the Dr. Simeon for the brief presentation about the care of mental health patients at the primary health care. So I think it is take home that as he worked on the case study of 1,000 province, so we can see if we can as well work with him to work in other parts of the country. So a kind of reminder, I think there is one of the famous quotes that what happened in Vegas, stay in Vegas. So what happened in a regional research symposium doesn't have to stay in here, because we are the future researchers, we are the junior researchers, and as experienced researchers, we have to give to, we are giving what we have to the junior research, so we have something to take as our package of today. So next up we have Françoise Calibwend, as she is going to be presenting us a randomized control trial evaluating the effectiveness of narrative therapy on resilience of orphaned and abandoned children fostered in SOS Children's Village. Calibwend, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Before we pass it over to Francois, I also wanted to just make a brief announcement. If everyone could please silence your cell phones. We have a couple going off in the back, and just to make sure that we're all able to hold attention, if you would just make sure that your phone is on silent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good morning again, everyone. I'm Françoise from the Hogora Psychosocial Center, but here now I'm a researcher from, I conducted this research when I was a student at University of Rwanda. I were with university lecturers. This research was conducted by Dr. Jean Mutabaruka, and we were with Dr. Simeo, my lecturer here, and Dr. Nhete. We were with Mr. Serge from SOS Children's Village, Mr. Jafet Nyosenga from University of Rwanda, and Mr. Innocent Itaezu from, he is an independent consultant. So, for starting, I start by definition of narrative therapy. I think many of my colleagues were undergone this course. Is a respectful method, a non-blaming method, where people are expert of their lives, or people have several skills, beliefs, competencies, and talent to deal with their psychological problems or issues. Okay. Our study was conducted at SOS Children's Villages, is an international NGO here in Rwanda, SOS, and he has 4 villages in Rwanda, Byumba, Kigali, Kayonza, and Gikongoro, but our research was in only three villages, Byumba, Kigali, and Kayonza. To start our research, SOS Villages has children's. Some are orphans, others are abandoned for their parents. Our research problems were the problem of orphans and abandoned children has increasingly become a public health issue. And here in worldwide, 52 million orphans in Africa, in Rwanda, 2017, we have that number of orphans and abandoned children. But as for me personally, I worked with the National Commission for Children. We had the support of Hope and Homes for Children, UNICEF, and the government of Rwanda to reintegrate the children from orphan into their families. So I can continue. As a gap, we realized that some children, abandoned children, presented different symptoms, including anxiety, attention deficit, and hyperactivity. And also, in Rwanda, we had only a single study who was conducted about PTSD symptoms, and we did have a study about anxiety and the ADHD, attention deficit, and hyperactivity. Here is our hypothesis, where children case group would show more psychological resilience elevation compared to control group. We had the two groups. We had experimental group or intervention group, and we had control group. So, as a research design, I have so for those groups, we gave them pre-test and post-test. And for population, it was 72 children from all 3 SOS children's villages. 36 was experimental group, and the others 36 was control group or case group. And about participants, yes, we had 72 children, yes. And the inclusion criteria, it was first being children fostered in SOS children's villages, Kigali, Kayonza, and Byumba, being aged between 6 to 12 years during this start period, having at least 1 year fostered in SOS, and children who did not attend narrative therapy for control group. About exclusion, it was for children who presented severe psychiatric disorders or any health conditions that would affect their judgments. So, and for sampling techniques, it was a randomized research. And for data collection tools, we used child and youth resilience measures, child version. It is composed by 26 items. Yes, the test was reliable to 0.991 alpha of chronobatch. And our study was approved by University of Rwanda, Center for Mental Health and Health Sciences. And we provided the consent and the assent forms for children. Consent was for SOS mothers. And we had the 10 therapeutic sessions for that interventions. To analyze, we used the SPSS, and those are our results. Okay, here, before conclude, we have the result presentation. During post-treatment, there was a significant increase of resilience in the case group. The green line is case group or treatment group, and the red line is about control group. Here you can see how the resilience among children has been increased. About conclusion, our findings highlight the notable effect of narrative therapy on attention deficit and hyperactivity, anxiety disorders, and psychological resilience in the case group, and the worsening of these conditions of control group. Based on the results of this study, health professionals and stakeholders working with abandoned children should initiate or reinforce narrative therapy approach to address the above-mentioned mental health conditions. A study is recommended to compare the narrative therapy with cognitive behavior therapy in a controlled clinical trial among abandoned children. Future studies should assess the efficacy of narrative therapy on depression and PTSD symptoms in abandoned children. And this study should be longitudinally replicated in different populations. And for more information, I can give you the link and you can read deeply our research findings. Thank you.
Round of applause to Caleb for the great presentation and tremendous work she's doing with addressing or finding and fostering the intervention regarding to assessing the effectiveness of the interventions. So, and another one, we have to think as without data, you are still an opinionist. So that's why they are bringing data to this platform. So we have to learn from the data. And again, a little reminder as we have prominent researcher, academicians, as well as practitioners, as we talk about evidence-based in practice. So this is part of what we inherit, of what is inherited within Regional Research Symposium. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Samuel Habiman as he's going to present us his research or presentation entitled Improving Mental Health, Resilience and Social Cohesion in Rwandan Survivors and Perpetrators with a Community Resilience Model Intervention plus Laut Yoga. So you're welcome.
Good morning or good evening, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please, can you help me to do with me this little exercise? Everyone who have a bottle of the water, can you take your bottle of the water and try to drink, and you are pay attention how the water you are throwing the water inside the new. Please, can you pay attention for how the water is going inside in the stomach? Does the water cold or hot? Can you try to sense it? Can you help me with only one exercise, all of you, all the team? Can you help me to count from 20 to 10? Let's go ahead. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 10. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I said 20 to 10. Okay, yeah, thank you, my friend, to give me this great opportunity, and I would like thank my role models, Professor Bentakot and Professor Vincent, for organizing this wonderful symposium. And give us and enabling us younger researchers to try to show what in our journey for being even senior researchers. So my name is Samuel Habiman, as I said, and I have a bachelor's degree in clinical psychology and my master's in public health. I'm currently a PhD candidate at United States at Loma Linda University. As well, I'm serving as Executive Director of Rwanda Resilience, which aim to building resilience to trauma. We are using, in Rwanda Resilience and the ground organization, we are using the model called Community Resilience Model. It's the model that we take from America, from Western context, but when we bring it here in Rwanda, it is no longer community resilience model, it's called Inzira y'Umutuzo. It's a way of resilience. Because we work with the population, genocide survivors and the perpetrators, they say, but when we understand how you are teaching us, it is Inzira y'Umutuzo. So I would like to request your kind attention so that we go with our presentation. I would like to talk about this ongoing project about improving the resiliency, social cohesion, and forgiveness among genocide survivors and genocide perpetrators. We are using a community resilience model with the ice break laughter yoga. It's a community resilience model, but during the break, and we use an intervention called a laughter yoga. So it's this project funded by Rotary Club, which I recognize. This is the outline. I would go through with the introduction. I go through the objective, methods, result discussion, and conclusion. Majority of the people who are here are Rwandans. We well know that our history context, history of the colonialism, history of the genocide, history of the political instabilities, all those history that our country has facing has resulted with mental health problems. Those mental health problems were not documented before the 1994, because maybe even the Department of the Clinical Psychology was not yet here in Rwanda. So all those political instabilities, as I said, they are a result of the mental health problems in Rwanda. When we say the mental health problems in Rwanda, with the different researches that has been conducted in post-genocide, has revealed the different prevalence of those mental health problems. For instance, post-traumatic stress disorders, depression, and anxiety are the disorders which are scoring high. Specifically, as you know, all of you, in post-genocide, majority of the research in Rwanda were centered only on genocide survivors. But now, because even there is a program where the genocide perpetrators are finishing their sentence, their period, their punishment, let me say that. And then they are backing in Rwandan community. So the current research are showing even those people whom we call perpetrators, killers, yes it is, but they have mental health problems. That's why this project was aimed to take those community and to see if this community resilience model plus laughter yoga can help them to improve not only building resilience, increasing the level of resilience, the social cohesion, and increase the forgiveness. There is numerous, in post-genocide, as you know, and as you see in the different presentation from the first day, there was a different interventions that have been go ahead in Rwanda, where the different mental health professionals and the researchers has been trying to bring some interventions. For instance, my friend has been presenting in narrative therapy. There was CBS, community-based social therapy, and different individual therapies. Yes, all those interventions has been contributing, because when you think how we were in 1996, the rate of the PTSD or depression, and when you see right now, you see there is a significant improvement, but there is still a tremendous gap on mental health in our Rwandan context. Why we approach inzira y'umutuzo. Let me use inzira y'umutuzo. When I say inzira y'umutuzo, please note is community resilience model. Because inzira y'umutuzo is the Kinyarwanda word that our participants, our beneficiaries say when we start using this model, they say, when you understand what you are saying, this inzira y'umutuzo, because it's helping us to build our resilience, not only building our resilience and extending our resilience to healing and social cohesion. This community resilience model is not psychotherapy. It is not psychotherapy. It's not taught by the one who has researched in clinical psychology or social work, clinical social work. It's the person who have been trained in this model, and it's the model that helped to regulate the nervous system. When I was trying to tell you, please drink a bottle of the water. That is some of the skills for this model. This model has been elaborated by Ellen Mira-Klasser from the United States, and it has been used in different presses in Sierra Leone, as the yesterday presentation for Dr. Professor Rista has been presenting. It has been using in Nepal. It has been using in Haiti. It has been using in many different places that have a historical, like Rwanda, and in lower middle income setting. Even it has been used in the United States, as that research for Linda Graby mentioned. And it has been giving the effect, immediate effect on the people who are participating in this intervention. And again, with my recent publication on community resilience model, which was specifically on genocide survivors, has shown tremendous impact on the healing, decreasing the rate of the PTSD, rate of the depression, and rate of the anxiety. Why I combine the community resilience model and the laughter yoga? Yes, the community resilience model was really very impactful, but I tried the laughter yoga because I was seeing the laughter yoga because it's a laughing, free laughing. It's like a nice break. We were giving the training, and after giving the training, and then we do laughter yoga. For instance, in the morning we do greeting laughter. You can do drinking water in the laughter, all those different exercise, or tsukitsata, one of our friends was doing in the morning. So those are different icebreakers we are doing alongside with this model. Yes, what is our objective? We would like to reduce the mental health. We would like to see if the resilience should be increased after exposing those populations in this model. We would like to see if the social cohesion can be increased among the genocide survivors and the perpetrators. Thank you, my friend. I saw that. Okay, well, this is the objective, of course, because we would like to see the effect of this intervention on our population. Our methods, we use the quantitative methods where we, as I said, it's ongoing project. Because this result that I'm going to present to you, it's a pre-test and immediate test. So it's a training of the 3 days. We take the survivors and the perpetrators, and then we test them. After testing them, and then we give them intervention. After intervention of the 3 days, and then we bring the same questionnaire to them to evaluate the immediate impact. And then we will be back at 6 months to see if there is an impact of this intervention among genocide survivors and genocide perpetrators. As well, the participants who were located are the person who have at least 29 years till above, because as you know, after the genocide, we are 29 years old. And these are the genocide survivors, perpetrators. We are implementing this project in 15 districts of Rwanda. We have a 30 districts. We are implementing this project in 15 districts. And then the result that I'm presenting, it's how many districts? It's a 60 district. And so this is the questionnaire we have been using. For evaluating the resilience, we use the brief resilience scale. We have been initially to think to use a Davidson resilience scale, but when you understand the questions, when you try to validate the questionnaire, we see that there is some questions which is not adaptive to our Rwandan context, and then we we decide to use that. And when you see the alpha of Cronenbach, it's really good. And we use the GADA, which is evaluating anxiety, HEC, which is evaluating depression and forgiveness care and social cohesion. One of the questions from social cohesion will ask, would you like to invite the perpetrators or survivors to go in your wedding? Will you invite the survivor? Will you go together in a ceremony, like in a birthday, in a burial ceremony? All those questions were made the social cohesion questionnaire. I go quickly. So this is the software we have been using. As I said, this is social demographic, descriptive social demographic. You see the number of perpetrators and number of survivors. You see the majority of them were Catholic, which is understandable. In Rwanda, even the majority of the people are Catholic. Let me run quickly with our results. Maybe I can even finish there because this is before and immediate after intervention. You see there is a real decreasing, but there is a real decreasing of anxiety symptoms for the pre-test and the immediate test. There is a decreasing of the depression, and I think it is clear even there is a decrease, but surprisingly, the resilience was not a significant difference from pre and post. And it is understandable because building resilience, it takes time. And extending the resilience, bounce back and recovery, it's not the things which is immediately come, but it takes time. And again, we have exciting news that even the social cohesion and the forgiveness has been increased. But even though it is increased, this is not the number maybe we wish as a Rwandan, we wish that it can increase and increase to higher. This is the PADT test. Those are the results which shows the significance difference from pre and post in all those measurements, either anxiety, except the resilience. As I said, it is not significantly different. Thank you so much. Yes, to conclude, this, as I said, is a pilot. It's a pre and a post. We are hoping that after 6 months of this intervention, we hope that we will have a significant difference because you are working on this population to help them to build their mental health, to build their resilience, healing mental health, and social cohesion and reconciliation. Thank you for your kind attention.
So thank you very much to our presenters. I hope you've gained questions and it's your time now to ask for questions. So if you have questions, you can raise your hands and the protocol will reach out to you to give the microphone. We have the first question in the audience. Okay, so while waiting for you, I have a question for Dr. Simeon. So you said that Rwanda has made progress in integrating mental health care and primary care, but we still have challenges. So considering the burden of the mental health and the challenges that you've observed during your work and your findings, what other recommendation would you like to suggest for the practitioner, policymakers, and researchers to further integrate the mental health care into primary health care? So as we are talking about bridging research to policies, also we wanted to hear your recommendation to the policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting question. One of the motivation of be interested to the centralization of mental health is, yes, decentralized is a political decision, and which is also comes from the request. With all the consequences of the genocide against Tutsi, with many people who were traumatized, who have PTSD, anxiety, phobia, and so on, it was imperative. But decentralizing mental health services is one thing. The quality of the care is another thing. And here it is what we look at as mental health professional. We had the first recommendation, which is now met, was to have mental health professionals at the lowest level. For example, first of all, district hospital, and now health centers we have. But the recommendation would be to the coordination, how RBC through the Division of Mental Health is following the implementation of the mental health care at the lowest level, where we have sometimes one staff. If we have a clinical psychologist, the clinical psychologist will need to have near him, for example, at least for the health center, a psychiatric nurse, because one should not handle himself the whole work. This is one. The follow-up from the upper services of mental health, more organized, starting to the district hospitals, following what is being done to the health centers. Two is training, continuing training. This is the training we had when we were studying. It is not enough. We should provide training because things are changing. I think another thing which the people who come to visit to seek mental health services at the health centers and even in district hospitals, they are very few, the number. We should continue sensitizing people that mental health problems are also very important to tackle, like we visit specialists in medicine when we have a physical problem. Those are the recommendations we can do.
Thank you, Dr. Simeon. We are lucky to have the University of Rwanda. So I had a hand from Dr. Vincent. I don't know if it's a comment or a question. Okay.
Anyway, I said it is a comment. I don't know whether you want me to ask a question or a comment. What do you recommend?
I would wish to start with a comment.
Thank you very much. Let me start with a comment to supplement what the colleague, Dr. Simeon, is talking about. I'm sure he's also well informed because his PhD dissertation was around that topic. But in Rwanda, and I'm happy to say that we have made tremendous efforts in that particular domain, even though I'm not representing the RBC, but I can say something. We have a national policy on mental health. We have the mental health services decentralized up to the lowest level, the health center. We have staff that are appointed at that level, psychologists, mental health nurses, social workers, which is very good. But there are still gaps. One, let me start from the perception behind mental health. We have global challenges like misconception behind mental health, either causes and treatment, the treatment we offer and what is expected by the patients. What I mean here, we are suggesting a talk treatment, a talk therapy. It is talk because when we go for the somatic complaints, the medical doctor is able to provide pills, injection, and when the patient is back home, is able to say, yes, they gave me medications and these are medications, or I received injection, and everyone is happy, something tangible. But what is the perception behind psychotherapy to justify why a patient will come to us and pay even money and spend time? This is what I'm saying about expectation and satisfaction. The quality. Those who are here representing the Department of Clinical Psychology and others, I think we need to add more to what is given to our graduate students. When you graduate after a 4-year program, are you a clinical psychologist to treat all the cases from schizophrenia to depression, in between, adults, children, from psychodynamic to CBT and family, individualized to group? I think there are gaps so that we ensure the quality of services. At the policy and strategy level, I just caught the last week recommendation from the Parliament Audit Committee saying, how do you run mental health services when you don't have a standalone law governing mental health and mental health services delivery? This is the reality. We don't have a standalone law governing mental health services, either structure and services delivery, and even that protect human rights. How do we reintegrate a patient who has been in a neuropsychiatric center for a year and thanks God, recover and back in the community? Do they go back to their job, or maybe these are some of the things? I can continue commenting. Now my question is this. Just a question, either to Samuel can answer or Francoise, and I do appreciate what we are doing, initiating private clinic practices, because even the absence of the law governing mental health, we don't have even how do we go specifically in creating private clinics as compared to other health centers. These are things, I think, on the table, and those who have that in their responsibilities, they are working on that. We hope to see it tomorrow, which is also a good expectations. So no worries or lose of hope. My question is to you who are clinicians in the domain. What does it mean when we say we did this and it improved in that? We developed this therapeutic model and it improved in the PTSD and depression. What are the indicators of improvement? Because here, and maybe elsewhere, we tend to define the post-traumatic stress disorder from the emotional perspective. When the person who is crying is no longer crying, we tick. Improvement in PTSD. Is really PTSD and its structure limited to emotional burden, so that the improve in emotions means improvement in the condition? Tentatively, I would say no. How do we really assess the improvement and the effectiveness of the model? I can use the concept because you are in the domain, you understand the language. So that we don't take things like they do kind of magic. If that was the case, we could not be having number of cases of chronic PTSD in our country and maybe in the region. If you have all these magic what is the active ingredient in what we do and the impact it causes? I'm not criticizing, I'm just trying to push further our reasoning as clinicians.
Thank you, Professor, for the good question. And for us as mental health practitioners, we are somehow trained by University of Rwanda, and we do different internships in different hospitals and other clinics, and other recommendations from different experts. For the question, for example, to assess PTSD, we do use PTSD tests. We have some approved tests for adults, for children, and of course we assess some observation symptoms, and to confirm, we use tests, and after a certain period, like 5 sessions, we can give then the same test to the person to see if the symptoms has decreased as we expect. And we do also some clinical supervisions with the other colleagues. Even we are private, we meet different practitioners. For example, at Wednesday afternoon, at Indera Nero Psychiatric Hospital, there are some sessions in clinical supervisions for clinical psychologists and the mental health nurse. If we attend, we receive many observations, and we hope that is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Vincent, for this is a very, very important question. For my thinking, the way we understand and we see the improvement of some intervention that we providing, one, I believe in decolonizing the Western system where maybe they define this mental health. And I believe in that the local community are the master of all their experience. It means that they are the master of the person who say, I am feeling like this, I am feeling like it. And they are the master who can say, I get improvement. What we do for us is, for instance, we take those psychometric tools, let's say PSL or HCF for depression or PSL for depression. When we import them in our context, we try to see it with the other expert, or we see what other expert has been using and validating, and see that this question can ask what it tends to ask, not to maybe to ask the things which even that person can understand. And then after that, that's what we do the validation to see if really if this questionnaire is fit in this context by using the alpha for Cronenberg. And again, to know that these things is improving for specific population is the witnesses. From morning and from first day, we are hearing some witnesses. Even when I am training the genocide survivors or perpetrators, I've been using this model since 2015. So there is some people that I know since that time, maybe we exposing the intervention to them, how they were, but surprisingly when you see right now, for instance, the person said, I was never even go in a commemoration because I always understand and I get destabilized. But that person he reaches on this, or she reaches on the stage where she's helping others to stabilize their emotional crisis. This is a tremendous witness that at least this person, it is improving. So all those are different ways we see. And again, as I said, we believe in a narrative of the homegrown sort of homegrown understanding. When we have like a community resilience model, that's why I said we are no longer call it community resilience model. I say this is in this scientific population. But when I'm in a community, I say inzirai mutuzo because that's the things that they understand. When I say resilience, I don't say resilience. I say umutuzo because when they understand it, they are. I ask them, what do you think when you are resilient? And she started to say those, what you ask, the indicators. When I am in a resilience, I can think clearly. When I'm in a resilience zone, I can think clearly. I can decide. I can try to handle my question. And so those are the different things we see, and we try. Let's say we try, because even the statistics have their errors. We try to say, oh, maybe this is improving. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. Do we have this question? Like we can have like 2 questions from the audience.
Thank you. I just want to comment first on, I'm tending to be in support with Samuel, or for Samuel. I had a discussion with CBS, community-based social therapy. They conducted a randomized control trial, and they found out that actually what they're doing is not, they are not treating directly mental health conditions. So they are helping participants in recovering their social dignity, and in return, social dignity decreases symptoms of depression, anxiety, and PTSD. And again, I think we need to rethink our response modalities. Because as Dr. Simeon said, only 2 people are going to health center, right? Even if you say, okay, the solution is to equip the health center to train, to bring more professionals, like clinical psychologists. We have some health centers where you have clinical psychologists, yet people don't come. Before you go in the community, you have a lot of depression, a lot of anxiety, a lot of PTSD. So what is the solution? Isn't it time for us to explore the complementarity between facility-based, which is conventional, and community approaches? I wanted to ask this question to Professor Sezibera and Simeon. The question to you now is, how do you measure, how do you avoid social desirability bias? Because I heard your question, I mean, your methodology, asking questions and knowing our culture, where Rwandans tend to respond according to what they think would be comfortable with you. So asking those questions, how do you avoid that kind of social desirability bias? Thank you.
Maybe, yeah, thank you. That is a really good question because even when I conduct different trainings, I sit with the survivors. They say, come sit closer to me. Tell me, let's leave those, our Rwandan hiding things. Tell me, how do you understand this? The way I try to understand the social cohesion is this is what I'm doing in my PhD. I am taking the group of only genocide survivors. I work with them alone. And then I give them the same questionnaire. And then I'm taking another group for genocide perpetrators alone, and then understand them. And then I combine genocide survivors and the genocide perpetrators alone. That response helped me to understand really what is the social cohesion among those populations. That's why I tend to say, at least there is some improvement of the social cohesion among the Rwandan community. Even when you understand some weaknesses and when you follow up, there is one, for instance, one lady said, I have been closed the path to my neighbor, but after participating in this training, that path which was crossed after the genocide, but now I can pass, the one participant from Rubavu in the Nyamnyumba sector. So even when I back there and I say, oh, let's come and visit you and see what, and I see there is a path they can pass in their house, that's the, we know even in our context, if the person he was no longer passing that way and now is going close to pass there, that's you understand somehow the social cohesion. But to conclude this, what I can say that for sure it is very hard in our context. That's why even we have some errors of errors. 95. We believe in 95%, not 100%. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm Annunciata from Guardians for Health International. My question goes to Professor Sezibera and Dr. Simon. So as Dr. Simon presented to us, at Health Center we still have an issue of lack of nurses who are providing this support. What do you think if we do like a training to the community health workers in a way, because they are the person who are living into the community, are the one who providing maybe it's indirect support on health, just having skills or knowledge about this mental health in where they can support their community. I remember yesterday they presented to us about postpartum depression. So they are the one who are caring the mother who are pregnant until they give birth. So they report it to the Minisante so they can collaborate in that way. The second suggestion is now we have international visit at health center. In Rwanda, it's increased to 80 times. What do you think? I know as a woman for first visit at health center, they told us to bring our husband for the first visit. What do you think if they incorporate the mental health discussion in their session? Even at the last visit, which is the last one, to have like 2 people. Maybe I will be with my husband at the time I'm going to give birth, but having someone into the family who will be there in case my husband will not be there, to recognize if I have some symptom of depression or other symptom about mental health after giving birth. This will decrease the problem we are facing into the community, having a child with malnutrition based on the mother is depressed, something like that. Last one is a culture. Yesterday, I remember on the first day we find as Rwandani, culture was at the top of the barrier we have in our community. So what do you think if as people we are here, we just have a room to open, having like speak openly, we grow up by just telling us, keep quiet, don't say this, which is now bringing depression, where they say, umurenzaho wera ibijumba. For this day, now umurenzaho, it's not bringing the sweet potatoes, it's just depression. As we are here, we're saying these issues. What do you think if we could do more mobilization, mental health especially, and just having a room to speak openly, because the stigma is still there. I'm the one who living in a community. I'm seeing those cases, but we can do something if we are free to talk it. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Dr. Simeon and Dr. Vincent have questions. Let's start with Dr. Simeon. You start the question from Dr. Samuel.
Before I answer to the question raised by Doctor, I should first of all underline that the decentralization of mental health services has increased the number of consultation in Rwanda. There is a study we have done with Professor Zivera and my supervisor, Prof. Filippo. Just I give you the figure. When Ndera Nero Psychiatric Hospital was the only one hospital dealing with mental health in Rwanda, in 13 years, between 1976, we had 6,000 consultation the whole year. In 1999, 13 years after, we had 7,400 consultation, only increase in 13 years of 1,400. But after the decentralization of mental health services in the district hospital, where we have now people who are referred from district hospital to Ndera, in 11 years, I have considered only in 2003, the consultation at Ndera Nero Hospital was 13,000 people. And in 2011, it is the year to which I has limited the research. We have limited the research. We had 34,238 consultation. What does this show? Before decentralization, in 13 years, only a very small increase. But in 11 years, after decentralization, a very high increase. But we still have a problem as raised by you and by Dr. Bosco and our sister, I don't have written the number. We should not be satisfied and say, yes, the number of people who are going to Ndera has increased because we have now people who are transferred. We should continue searching all the ways of changing. For example, first of all, we know that there is a problem of stigma. When someone go to a health center, it has been said here by those who presented before, it is thought that he is crazy. And no one would be identified as a crazy man or a crazy woman. So, but we go to mental health services not only because we have the family members have found that you have a schizophrenic problem or no. Even for anxiety, just phobia and which is persisting for a long period, it should be a problem to such consultation. I think mental health services have been introduced in Rwanda. We don't have many years. For example, clinical psychology has started only, we have not yet celebrated 20 years of existence. So, we will one day found that we can have a clinical psychologist, a psychiatrist, as someone who advised the family, as some families have a doctor in the family, to a medical doctor to inform when we have problem of health. What do we do to continue sensitizing? I think that this is done. When you go, for example, to Beka, for those who are customer of Beka, you have your smart card. When you want to withdraw money, there will be a message from RBC showing that stigma to mental health is a very serious barrier that is compromising people to seek services. Thank you for those who are intervening, and I think we should continue. Thank you.
So thank you very much. We are thankful to the presenters, and thank you very much to the audience for being with us, for your resilience up to the lunch time. So thank you, and it is lunch time. We wish you bon appetit.
Yes, thank you so much to all speakers this morning. I think we've had a really great morning session. So we will break now until a little after 2, 5 or 10 after 2 for lunch. It'll be the same as yesterday, so just exit over here. Please use both sides of the table as before so that we don't get too much of a traffic jam here in the line. So please, you're excused to lunch, and we'll call you back a little after 2.
Also, as you're going for lunch, could you help us confirm your name with the protocol team? Because we will give each certificate, but we will give to those who have attended for the 3 days. So if you didn't use the other QR code and you didn't, it would be better if you can go and confirm if your name is written as the way you would want it. Yeah? Is that possible? As you go, some can go for lunch and you can do it even after lunch during the pause. Is that okay? And we will do the same. So delegates through that end, then participants can go through the overall, the one we usually use for lunch. Yeah, so many. Let's all get seated.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Hopefully, everybody's feeling satisfied. Not going to make anybody do any coconuts, but if you want an energizer, let us know. We're here for our final panel session of this amazing symposium. Folks are still trickling in, but we are going to have one virtual presentation and then two panelists speaking in person. So I'm going to introduce everybody at the beginning so we can just transition easily into the talks. Our first talk will be from Moses Zambo. Moses is a Sierra Leonean national. He holds a bachelor's degree in linguistics from the Fora Bay College, University of Sierra Leone. His experience includes work with the internally displaced families during Sierra Leone's civil conflict and with a refugee population from Liberia. Moses' current work includes human subjects research and nature conservation. Then we will switch over to two folks on the same team. The first is Mercy Bundi. Mercy joined the Mikawe family in 2017 as a project manager to support the transition of former MCK children in the home. Since April 22 until now, she has been leading the organization in the implementation of care reform in Meru County. She's also a graduate of Meru University with a BA in Commerce. Prior to this role, she worked with the Compassion International as a child trainer and social worker, and at USAID Biointensive as project coordinator. And finally, we will have Christine Gatwiri, who is an intervention pioneer and program manager at Sodso, Kenya. Her work is deeply rooted in the flourishing community model, an approach that empowers communities to ensure sustainable reintegration and resocialization of rehabilitated street children and youth in Kenya. With that, we will begin with our virtual presentation from Moses. Thank you so much.
Shadows into Light, a generation of former child soldiers comes of age. Moses Zombo, qualitative consultant, Sierra Leone, is Boston College School of Social Work Research Program on Children and Atrocity and Caritas Partnership. So the partnership programs are here, the staff, the teams, together, part Sierra Leonean, part American, Boston School of Social Work and Caritas Sierra Leone. Slide. Yeah, more of the team. So the country of Sierra Leone is actually an area of 71,740 square kilometers on the coast of West Africa. Now it's significant that this nation started out as it was significant in transatlantic slave trade, as it served as a departure point for many West African captives. In 1808, the British established it as, a British crown colony for the resettlement of emancipated slaves. Significant for this work we are talking about, we are presenting on, is that a civil war broke in 1991 and lasted till 2002, led by the RAF rebel movement that was notorious for child abductions, for mass rape and mutilations. So it has a current population of about 8.8 million and about 43.3 are urban. The median age is 18.9, the life expectancy at birth is 59.8 years. Infant mortality among the highest globally is about 70 infants from every 1,000 live births. Maternal mortality also among the highest. It's 1,360 for every 100,000 live births. 12% of children under age of 5 tend to be underweight, and GDP per capita is 480 billion US dollars. Human Development Index 181 out of 195. Very, very low. Youth unemployment from 2%, youth literacy male 74%, youth literacy female, youth literacy male 74%, youth literacy female 70%. The country experienced the Ebola outbreak of really severely hit population, as well as the economy in 2014 through 2015. COVID didn't have such huge devastation, but of course, well within the country in terms of hospitalization and deaths, but the country was still impacted by the global downturn of economic activity and economic growth. So 2.5% of the population is fully vaccinated. Now the Civil War broke in 1991, and between that time and 2002 when it concluded, there was massive population displacement. The UNDP estimates about 50% of every person who lived in the country was displaced. During that period, 48,000 male and female youth were forced to serve in the war. The National Committee for Disarmament, Mobilization, and Reintegration at the close of the conflict estimated that 4,600 children were formally demobilized. That's significant because during the time that they were in captivity, they were actually family ties were severed. So that, for example, if a number of siblings were captured together, they were kept in separate households over that period, even possibly in separate communities. Before the peace accords, which were in 2002, we should also remember that some of the children, even after the peace accords, self-reunified, so they wouldn't be accounted for in the 4,600 children that were formally demobilized. Significant for this conflict was the natural resources of the country, especially diamonds, which are easy to smuggle, which are easy to take across borders and sell. Because of their small sizes and high prices, during this Sierra conflict, the nation's diamonds came to be known as blood diamonds, because it was with diamonds that the conflict was primarily financed. So the Dutch rebels, for example, would take over a diamond in each area of the country, and they will use largely forced labor to do the mining and acquire diamonds and use that to buy weapons, munitions, whatever it was they required, even food and other logistics they use money to fund. So part of the reason that so much abductions of children and youth was happening was because they needed free labor to do the mining. The average age of abduction was 10.3 years as our study found. War experiences. Now, in terms of the things that were impactful, both negative and positive, but for the negative was toxic stress exposure. Now we have to remember that the length of time, the average length of time for these young children and young persons was 4.1 years that they were separated from their families and spent in captivity. But violent exposure, in fact, was not only limited to being separated from family. Sexual violence, for example, was prevalent in the degree of 45% for females and 5% for males, with those who were married. Now, more than a quarter of our sample reported having killed or injured others. This was also part of what constituted toxic stress for them. And 50% of all former IWF youth reported to have been forced to use drugs or alcohol during their time with the IWF. Demobilization, disarmament, rehabilitation. Now, the study really followed the return home. And when we talk about the generation of former child soldiers coming of age, we were really following them. We started following them at the time that they returned. The ICCs were important because they came through the interim care centers before they finally the family reunifications were done. And here they found care and support through these centers. They also had psychosocial activities to prepare them for reintegration. And family tracing and reunification happened at the time that they were in the ICCs. Community reintegration also with follow-up support started at that point. Slide. So the longitudinal study of war in Sierra Leone, the research design, the study aims included identifying the risks and protective processes in children's psychosocial adjustment and community reintegration. So inform programming and policy. So we did both qualitative and quantitative aspects of the data collection. But to ground this research in local cultural context, Sierra Leonean youth and community representatives, caregivers, social workers, local staff were involved in both the questionnaire development and research design. A local research team was also used for the data collection and the social follow-up, and the social follow-up was based on the local resources that were available at the local expertise slide. So the framework for the RCA research in Sierra Leone included this longitudinal study was several waves of data collection. But as the data was being processed and we drew lessons from them, other activities and other processes, other studies came in. For example, the youth readiness, the youth forward, and all of these were to support the whole process of policy design and implementation to help youth transition to productive lives. But also the study also has another aspect to study, to learn what these youth who are now becoming parents, what is it that they are finding, they are parenting. And so the implication for family-based prevention is one of the focuses of the studies that are now, mushroomed from the initial intergenerational study. So we've had 5 waves. The 5th wave is still ongoing, but in the beginning we simply were trying to learn what are the experiences social adjustment. But when we went to it 2 years after, I started to get bigger because we had 337 youth, counting out those who couldn't find anything and those who had passed. We went to wave 3, and we were starting to consider now also significant others, including those self-integrated were also added, which were 117, so that increased the sample size somewhat. In wave 4, we had 354 youth. 181 outside the ICC, but of course the self-integrated were 136. We still were having people who you lose along the way, and those who would be claimed by death. Wave 5 is ongoing. 187 youth. But also their children and their significant others. Children who are 7 years, above 7 years are included in the study. Now, what were the findings? We found out that outcomes were poorest, where there was an accumulation of war-related as well as post-conflict risk factors. Now, the war experiences where people survived, where people participated in killings and maimings were among the worst. But the post-conflict factors were also stigma, because generally there was stigmatization. But it varied from communities and individuals. First, people had access. The families have to remember that they were reintegrated into also their faces their own hardships. So if you had a constellation of symptoms, the environment would be school and social function. So through the 4 ways. But these were the toughest. These were the areas where you saw the poorest outcomes. So between wave 1, we can slide. So shadows into light, a generation of former child soldiers comes of a rollout of a new partnership between an American academic and West African integration worker. That's to simplify it, but it was really a team across there and a team on this side. But with two people leading it. So the study follows the lives of 529 former child soldiers in Sierra Leone from the end of the conflict in 2000 and today. It provides their insights into the ways in which not just personal trauma, but also family and community relationships shape life outcomes and mental health over time. And this will deepen the understanding of everyone who has access to weed through the long-term effects of traumatic family separation and violence exposure on human development. It's going to be in a volume of book that will appeal to a broad general readership, interested in risk and resilience. So including global mental health, psychiatry, public health, social work, law, and the humanitarian field. Thank you. So we are thinking that both in Sierra Leone and wherever globally, this would be a very good way for people interested in the fields of child development. Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Okay, great. And now if our next two speakers can come up, that will be Mercy Bundi and Christine Getweary.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name, as you've heard, is Mercy Bundi, and I'm going to take you through comparative analysis of institutionalized and alternative care with reference to children mental health in Meru County, that is in Kenya. Later, I'm going to explain or to help you understand where Meru County is in Kenya. In Kenya, in the verge of the COVID-19, that is in 2020, we had a total of 850 institutions in the entire country. And after the government directives that children to go back to their home states and in alternative care, out of the 45,480 children who were in the institutions, only 26,198 remained, just slightly above the half of the number that was hosted. And these also included the children who were in the statutory institutions, in children who were in conflict with law, and of course, in need of care and protection, around 1,428 children. So, and after that, of course, these all data was gathered by different departments of the government, and this was during the development of the National Care Reform Strategy, which runs from last year to the year 2022, with a lot of learnings, of course, made here in Rwanda, as our presenter also mentioned. So it was critical that the data obtained for the institutions that we end in Kenya by then were those that were recognized and registered under the government. But as we were doing the sit-and analysis in Meru County, as we were launching the care reform, we realized also we had other mushrooming institutions that were affiliated to other departments that were really not recognized to cater for children in need of care and protection. So Meru County, we are in the former Eastern Province of Kenya, neighbors to Isiolo County, Laikipia County, and Tharaka County. And during the sit-and analysis, which also was very fundamental in helping or giving us a guideline on how to implement the care reform, we realized that we end that one institutions, and of course around 6 of them were not legally registered because since 2017, the government put a ban on new registrations in a way to curb and also encourage the country itself to appreciate the need for all children to grow in families. And out of these, total approximate number of 2,200 children were also there, with boys a little higher than the number of girls who were also there. And some of the reasons that were given for institutionalization by then, by the institutions, violence, abuse, and neglect at home topped at 73%. 70% was due to orphanhood, and 63% was due to abandonment. And they also cited offering the foreign services, and one was health services, the public primary education, public secondary education, counseling and psychological support at 40%, which of course we expected to be higher due to the number of neglect and abuse that children were going through, that was reported with around 73%. So, and the fundamental question for us was the relationship between the mental well-being of children in the institutions vis-a-vis those who are in the alternative care and also those who are growing up in families. And whether it was the need for institutionalization or the push for children to be in institutions was really vital at that particular time. And as I said earlier, since violence was high, abuse and neglect at home, and these children were admitted in the institutions due to these factors, then the expectation was once they get into the institutions, they would get more mental support to be able to overcome the trauma that might have pushed them towards institutionalization in search of protection. And this is a case study of an institution that transitioned, self-transitioned earlier before the policies were developed towards implementation of care reform in Meru, and specifically in the entire country. And this is from the MCK Meru Children's Home, and at its peak, it hosted 110 children. But at the same time, due to capacity issues, it was able to run concurrently a community-based program that was hosting 71 children. So in comparison of the two groups of children, those who are hosted at the institutions, of course, got all the basic care, whereas observed in the other institutions, 31 institutions, at the same time, the psychological support, the issues of mental wellness was not well captured in the structure of the institution. And out of these, among the 110 children who were in the institution, around 81%, the foreign behaviors were observed. Was difficult behavior, truancy, poor performance, general disrespect of authority figures, and neglecting their house chores, that is within the institution, but also at the point of reintegration, which was done back in the year 2016. So these characters were also compared with the children who were in the community outreach program that also shaped the way forward for the institution after the self-transition back in 2016. So for those who are within the community program, they seem to be more motivated in the academics, and this was through performance. That is also something that can be measured out of those who are able to go through the tertiary training. They enjoyed doing the house chores. These were, the general outputs of their behavior. The school attendance records were better, and their behaviors was also more positive. think this was comparison between all information gotten from the caregivers, the school, their teachers in school, but also the social workers who were in charge of the program. So, these children were also doing better in all dimensions in comparison with their counterparts of the children who were in the institution by then. And this trend was all down to them having very strong connections with the caregivers. And worth noting that most of the a little percentage was with their biological families. Others were placed under kinship, foster parents, guardianship, and a few were placed under the SEAL, the supported independent living, which was supervised, of course, by adults. So, and in comparison with the two groups, those who are in the community were able to easily transition from the primary level through tertiary, but also are able, most of them actually are now employed. Those children who are within the institution, it was noted that the issues of the drug abuse as young adults, but also withdrawal from families and communities. And this also was linked to also a lack of a proper guideline on how the reintegration took place or how they were reintegrated back to the community, but also the lengthy period of time that they spent, because most of them had been admitted when the institution began, that was back in 1998, were not given opportunities to board with families or any kind of visits in the institutions for them to have or to keep connection, the board connection with their former families. So the attribute was mostly strengthened by the connection between the families for those who are in community-based, regardless of the many challenges that their families were going through. So other factors like the family connection, attachment, also greatly influenced the two groups. One was lacking their family attachment, and the other one were close with families regardless of whether they were biological, kins, foster, and under guardianship. So with this, we have been able to accept that institution care has some level of negative influence that is from the institution itself, even before the rollout of the care reform within the county. And after the closing or the transition of the institution that now is offering a treatment, it's now a treatment center for the abused children. And also it was able to give birth to an holistic community program. We have been able to also call on other institutions to transition, to offer community services vis-a-vis the offering services within the institutions and having children reside in the institutions. So generally, most CCIs do not put a lot of emphasis. This is what we found in Meru County during the CTAN on the mental health, but they offer all other basics, and this also is evident in the National Care Reform Strategy that was launched by our government, by the Kenyan government last year on 8th of May. So there is also, we have, in terms of policy, we have a national shift on more emphasis in holistic, in being placed on providing holistic care, which means all the physical and mental needs of children are taken care of, by of course their right of participation, but also them having an opportunity to express themselves, especially decisions that affect them. There is need for more research. We appreciate this, especially on institutionalization in regard to specifically the mental health of children within the institutions, within the context of our county. And these findings also will enable implementers, like now that we are implementing care reform, to be able to make more informed decisions, but also to adopt models that are able to enable us in the 3 pillars of implementation. There is preventive, alternative care, but also reintegration and post-placement support of the children who will be reintegrated to the families. So our Kenyan government, as I've said at a policy level, officially gave a roadmap of how reintegration is to take place, and this is captured in the National Care Reform Strategy. That is a 10-year strategy that began last year, and transitioning from the transitioning from institutionalization of children, the family and community-based care, where the emphasis is made that all resources should follow the children in the community. But of course, this also needs a backup of a model that will make sure there is sustainability of the same program in the long term, because the issues of child protection are dynamic and they keep on changing each and every time. So, and through this, the scale up of the implementation of care reform that gives guideline on various forms of alternative care also. And there is need for the dialogue, the sensitization of strategies tested to prove mental health among children. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Gatweri from Sodzo, Kenya. And today I'm privileged and honored to be presenting and sharing the work we've been doing in Meru County, sub-counties. And before I start, I would like to thank the organizers of the opportunity to come and share our work that has been happening since 2012. And also like to thank the Sodzo team, the founders, Dr. Michael Goodman, Stanley Gitari, our partners and friends, the children and families that we've been interacting with, and some of them are following in the live stream. Thank you. I'll be presenting on the topic today on reintegrating street-involved children and youth. Our work is grounded or as well supported by the committee on by the general comment number 21 in the of 2017 on the children in street situation that provides authoritative guidance on the state or governments on developing comprehensive long-term national strategies on children in street situations using a holistic child rights approach and addressing both prevention and response in line with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of a Child. As my colleague shared earlier, there has been a policy shift globally, and now Kenya also has the same, and we launched our National Care Reform Strategy in 2022 April that is running for 10 years. As she has highlighted, it's based on 3 pillars, some of which our model will be addressing and we've been trying to sustain. Before we started in 2012, little literature was, what was not published was what actually works with street-involved children and youth, and what are the communal and family perspectives on children migrating to the streets. what was published is by UNICEF, estimated tends to 100 million street involved children and youth globally, and 250 within the Kenyan setup. This was also done by the Street Families Trust Fund that gave a number also of the children. That's 46,000 children living on the street. But this also included the street families. There were challenges of the high risk factors that children face while on the street. Substance use while on the street, abuse on the street, and school absence, gang membership, human trafficking, and child labor. What are the causes of street migration? This depends on the perspective one decides to explain the causes with. Some of the published work on research may give a perspective of only the child. Some interventionists may give only from the family perspective. What about the community, which is a crucial element with African societies, but is often missing from the Western and Northern culture explanations? In our work, we've done some study with the families and villages that we work with, and this figure here shows the graph shows a comparison of 2 times of communities, and the color yellow shows the communities that reported high numbers of children going to the street. And the blue shows the communities that reported no children migrating to the street. What you realize from the figure is that the communities that have high depression levels have more children resorting to the street, while those that have low on the positive, the social curiosity, collective efficacy, communal harmony, social support and compassion, or common humanity, have also less children on this, have children migrating to. What does this tell us? Is that we know that most say that poverty is a main lead to children resorting to this. But the findings show from our work that the disruption of the social systems are causing children to resort to the street. We also compared using the quantitative and qualitative studies we've done with our beneficiaries. With a sample size of 20 villages, we have a total of 39 villages as per December 2029. We're trying to explain the different levels as perspectives on the child, family, and village of the causes leading them to the streets. For the quantitative, on the child's part, the inner circle represents the child, then the family, then the upper one is the village. Children will report parent self-abuse, neglect of children, and peer pressure. This can be explained by the adverse childhood experiences, abuse and neglect, housing, overcrowding, and poverty, but which is not very key. At the family level, we saw that it's not primarily poverty, but family functioning, social support, parental, mental health, substance abuse, lower maternal education, higher maternal SEs, and high prevalence. This can be explained by undesired pregnancy, substance use, partner relationships, dissolution, and early marriages. At the village level, we realize lower community levels of collective efficacy, compassion, social curiosity, high depression, not wealth, because health didn't show a significant difference in the findings. But this could be explained by gender inequality, practices like FGM, conflicts between families and communities, such as community border conflicts. And what are the major factors that disrupted our traditional communities, social ties, that has led to us forgetting our strong social characteristics that led us to taking care of our children, families, and communities. I hope we can all relate with some of these. Conquest of Africa, introduction of the borders and borderlines, which remains a continuous cause of conflict between communities, urbanization, creation of new social networks. The following slides just give an explanation of so like this present slide shows the Berlin Conference boundaries, traditional boundaries, and subsequent conflict that followed. Then this shows the growth of towns, urbanization, following the colonial railroads, which also continue to cause urbanization or growth of towns, even after we've stopped using the railroads. This shows the trend of urbanization between 1950 to 1920, as per the UN Department of Economics and Social Affairs in 2018, which we can all see it's on a upward or rising trend. So considering or understanding these factors or challenges that cause our children to go to the streets, or children to separate with their families, shows that we require an intervention fair with the challenges, so that our children remain in communities and in families where they can best be taken care of. What would this call for? Tools of a system thinker, not to address issues or challenges in disconnection or in silos, but in interconnectedness or in convergence, not in parts, but in. We'll be looking at different tools, slides that we and in rest of time. We all here so that we can make a collective impact. What was this call for? Collaborative. This would call for a collaborative action. All of us coming at the same table and discussing, and each of us playing or bringing in what they're best at to address these challenges. I'll go through our approach. Our approach, we call the model that we use flourishing community model. Why flourishing? Flourishing is a response to an opportunity. And as we will proceed, I'll be maybe telling of the characteristics of a flourishing community. This model, we have two interventions under this model. That one works with children that require rehabilitation, and the other one is based at the community. Our objectives or primary objectives at the Ahadi Rescue Center, where we work with the children, is for children to structurally relocate from streets to community. For the other project that is in the community called Kuja Pamoja kwa Jamii, which both of the project interventions will be learning, the primary objective is communities and families with enhanced capacity to nurture children. Our work started with the question of what do we do with the children living on the streets in 2012. and it has led us to this place. In 2015, we did a formative evaluation. Our organization works on evidence-based programming, so we went to the community, to the beneficiaries, children on the street, to ask them what challenges they were facing and how we would best help them. We went also to the community to try and understand the causes leading them to the streets. In 2016, so in 2012 to 2016 was a learning phase for us. In 2016, we launched the ARC that works directly with the children, and a model under four main approaches. We call 4R, that is rescue, rehabilitation, reintegration, and resocialization. In 2017, after having the first cohort at the center, we started asking a question: what will, after these children stays in the center and we reintegrate them, have we addressed the challenges at home that these children can be sustainably reintegrated in their families? So we started the Kuja Pamoja kwa Jamii, translated to English, coming together of communities so that we can sustain the reintegration of children. In 2020, we received funding from the NIH to also work with the families that are affected or infected by HIV and AIDS, because this contributed a larger number of children also living on the streets. In 2022, that was the first evaluation of the full program, the Flourishing Community Model. And we hope in 2024, we'll be doing a randomized control trial on the impact of intervention. I'll quickly go through the Flourishing Community Model. Flourishing communities are communities with these characteristics. They're dynamic, compassionate, responsive, assertive, self-determining, resilient, productive, loving, informed, curious, role model, generative communities. Because of this intervention is in the communities, we want to use a metaphor or an explanation that is best understood also by the beneficiaries of the communities by themselves. So the first stage is inclusion and reconciliation. This is where, as you see in the diagram, we use a tree metaphor to explain it. So at the roots, we have our phase 1, inclusion and reconciliation. We bring all the excluded people. Let's say the street children are excluded in some way. The children or people in the community that require some reconciliation. So this part is bringing these pieces or these people with certain gaps together. After they come together, we have activities that encourage or try to build social and economic resources. So at the community level, we do a savings and internal lending where they come and save, then lend amongst themselves. They also, after the activity, they are able to learn from each other and also prioritize, as I'll be showing the next, the models we use in community at each stage. The third phase is improve mental health and psychological coping. We've developed a curriculum we call Pathways to Flourishing. This is that we use it, this is the Pathways to Flourishing. We use at this stage to help promote the social capital, also so that they can be able to connect well and even share. The modules are listed there, and there's a QR scanner you can go through. So these are at the community level. At the fourth stage, after they've come together, they've built the social and economic resources. They now have a sense of belonging, a meaning in life. They've connected to help each other and go through the curriculum to heal and also to develop mental health and psychological coping. They are able to develop to prioritize to know and identify the gaps in their community and families. Then they are able to prioritize which direction they want to grow. Just as the branch of a tree grows to different directions, they can choose either to develop to child protection, early childhood, parenting, and this mainly is guided by the gaps or the needs of each community. The fifth stage, just as a tree bears fruit, and these are characteristics of a healthy tree, after this, following these phases and the community has had successes, these are like fruits. They are able to share with other communities, hence motivating them, and also this grows them and makes them stronger as a community. That's a photo of our group's meeting. You can see they also have some items they've bought after with the savings and the surplus they get from the group. We have the intervention in the community. This is a growth curve. Thank you. This is a growth curve. You can see from the very day we started, it's on an upward trend. Since 2017, and now we have over 10,000 families meeting on a weekly basis to help and to start so that they can improve their communities. At each level, we have the individual level, a group level, and village level, and what are the multi-level theories of behavioral change that we use. At the village level, so we form groups of 25 to 30 members. With this group, you train them on savings and internal lending when they come. They come the first 4 to 6 weeks. Then they start interacting and creating the board together. So at this level, the brown color, this brown or yellow, well, it's there. So it represents the number of 25 to 30 groups formed in a certain village or a certain region. So from at the village level, from that one group, they'll give representatives to go and receive knowledge or to address issues that they've prioritized their community. So like in the committees or specific experts that we have, parliamentary, this is the leaders group, and then business development, positive parenting, and this keeps on growing. The green is, for example, a parliamentary group representative from the 25 to 30, forming another group of experts that can be able to receive knowledge and information that they can keep passing to each other in the community. While when the program leaves, they can also be able to retain and pass the information to other community members. At the group level now, the 25 to 30 members, when they come, they have a certain identity. So this is maybe they are known as parents of children that lived on the street. But now they start engaging on issues that affect them. They prioritize them, seek for knowledge at the collective education. So they seek for knowledge and do actually what they've sought from the knowledge they've sought. If it works well, they look for ways to sustain and improve what has worked. This improves on their trust among each other and also gives them a new identity. If it doesn't work, they assess it and still look for more information to better improve it. The individual level change, the social capital information motivation model, informs that who we trust impacts on what we believe. So the coming together also and building trust helps them to collect knowledge and learn together. The 4R plus P, where the program working with the street children, it's a 4R plus P. At the rescue stage, the first R, we build rapport with children living on the street, identify children interested in leaving the street, work with the children's office to secure approval to assume care for the child. At the rehabilitation, we provide temporary shelter, the stimulation and support for the child, this use of substance uses, and learn coping and prosocial skills through group and individual counseling at the center. They form new roles, social identity as the child of promise, Toto Ahadi. At the rehabilitation, we transfer child care to the identified family member where possible, transfer child to boarding schools or polytechnic depending on the age, provide a going follow-up to identify and rectify challenges. Resocializing, we utilize practical skills of self-care and animals and crops so that we can reintroduce them to different skills, demonstrate school readiness and attend nearby school. We partner with a nearby school where they can go to school with other children and they can learn, relearn the lost skills or values. Then at the prevention is what I have explained, the program that works in the community. We increase socio-economic, health and educational resources at the village level and cultivate nurturing, flourishing community support member families and children. The graphs there, almost finished. They show the longer time you spend on the streets, decrease the longer time a child spends on the street, decreases their interest in learning or number of interests or motivations that they may have. We have the findings of the children that have gone through our center from 2016. A total of 251 street-involved children and youth came in between 2016 to 2022. The 25 of these were repeated engagement. They undergone through other rehabilitative processes. So these were excluded from this study. So 227 were rescued to the center. 197, for the 227 that were rescued, 29 left early or dropped the rehabilitation processes. And then 197 got rehabilitated and reintegrated. 17 relapsed the street. And out of the 227, 180 were successfully and sustainably reintegrated back to their community. Last month we published, we have a publication on this, and you can scan the QR code there and be able to interact with it more. Our next steps is we hope to, in 2024, as I said, to do a randomized control trial so that we can see the impact of the intervention. But what we've come to realize is that street involvement is a fundamental source of abuse for street-involved children and youth. Interventions must be contextually relevant, culturally appropriate, community-driven approaches to redesign systems, and structures that promote nurturing communities and preventing street migration. Flourishing community model provides an effective, documented, scalable approach that improves multiple outcomes, including structural resilience, benefiting street-involved children and youth. Because the slides will be shared, we'll be seeing our next stops. These are our future steps as per now. And because we'll be sharing the slides, you can be able to interact. And I hope this conversation is not ending here. So we are able to interact and also give feedback after this. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. If you want to hang on to that microphone, you can. I'll just make sure everybody has one. Great, and so actually we're going to open up questions to the audience. So I'm going to come around and see what questions and comments people have after following these really great talks. We have really amazing. I have questions. All right, let's start with a question for Ms. Mercy. When you're thinking about making a major change with the institutions, is your goal, like if you think in the long term, is your goal to close the institutions, to change the institutions fundamentally, or to bring in some elements of the alternative care? So what would you like to see in the long term with the institutions?
Thank you for your question. Our long-term goal is not to close the institutions, but rather to transition them to offer other services in the community. And one can be linked with community outreach programs for children. Others can be transformed. Actually, at the moment, we are saying the institutions to look around their community, identify a gap, and make sure as children are being transitioned to the community, they are able to bring or to offer a solution within the community that they live in, depending with the need within their community setting.
Yeah, that's really great. That makes a lot of sense to use that particular approach. What about other questions? For Chris, about the look at relationships, their relationships with
We look at the relationships at different levels. At the streets, what are the relationships that they've had while on the streets, and how are they improving, or how are they affecting their decision making, or how their motivations while on the streets? Because that's the starting. While at the center, we have different activities that they can interact with other children, so that they can also learn, also peer learning and also encouragement. When we reintegrate them back to the community, we link them to different schools so they can be able to relate with other children that are not dropped out of school, and also with their siblings and other peers in the community. This can be able to be an encouraging journey for them, and also to help them sustain or not relapse back to this. Thank you.
Much for that. I actually have another question for you as well. So one of the things that I find really striking about the particular model that you're using is how community focused it is. And you're right that in Western models and Northern models, we don't focus as much on the community as you are in your particular intervention, which I think is really great. And I can see that you put a lot of work into effecting change at the community level, which is great. And I wonder, what are some of the most important aspects for others who are interested in effecting change in the community of conducting research that will create that change? In other words, how do we design interventions to ensure that the community that change is also happening at the community level, not just at the individual or family level?
Thank you. Um, I think when we started this symposium, there was a call to bring everyone on board. The participants or the beneficiaries, that is the communities, they are experts in the challenges that they are facing or in their own problems. Bringing them on board while developing interventions for them is a key strategy and a key thing to note while starting or while thinking of any intervention in the. For the researchers, I think it's for us because the best of our knowledge, this, the first publication on integrating street-involved children, to welcome them, to help us continue evaluating the model because it has worked in the 3 sub-counties of Gembe in Meru County. How can we evaluate the impact and also that we can be able to scale it up to help other children and communities in Meru County, in Kenya, or in the region? Thank you.
Much. Love that. Love those. I love those elements. Question. Some coconuts.
I guess this is a question for both of you, or either. Do you feel like the interventions that you've discussed, what parts of them are really, and what parts do you think scaled out to other countries, or even like the United
I think relating to the model that Christine has just presented, whereas we were trying to borrow it for specifically for sustainability of the care reforms in Kenya, bearing the resource level in our nation and also across the region. But also, African way, we were communal vis-a-vis what is happening, abroad. So, and that's our strength when it comes to children living in communities and specifically in their families. Because the family was not just a biological family, but, it took a village to raise a child. And that is the strength in our focus on the way we are implementing care reform, but also the model that Christina has brought on board, I think.
To add on that, each community, doesn't matter in which country or setting, may have different challenges that they may want to address. We may also have individuals that require reconciliation with the community or feel excluded. This model is a multi-level and multi-sectoral model. And following the stages, it's a general, and I think it can be adopted in different settings because the first stage is just bringing these people together or people that want to effect some change together and them just bonding and building the resources that can be able to, that can enable them to interact better or connect better. And the processes is then they just heal together because, or they just address the challenges, depression or stress that has come as a result of the challenges they've been facing. And then after healing, we all know that when our minds or mental well-being is catered for, the next stage is us thinking on the areas we want to grow. I think this is a model worth researching more on, and I think it can be applied in different settings, depending on what we want to achieve.
I'm kind of curious as well. You mentioned the national care reform. And I wanted to know, you mentioned that it either in the past or currently does not adequately address mental health. What changes or evidence might facilitate a transition in the government's perspective of mental health, such that they would then embed that in your policies and practices?
For Kenya, we have the National Care Reform Strategy. And what is evident, maybe Mercy can tell us more about it. We just have a strategy and a roadmap of bringing or transferring care to family or community. I've not heard of a sustainable model of doing that. And Mercy is well informed in the care reform and maybe can add on that. But I would recommend it to care reform so that we can be able to sustainably transfer care to communities and families.
If I got you clearly, in terms of mental health, there wasn't any specific parameter that measured the impact of institutionalization with mental health directly. Because if we look, okay, yes, there was data correction during the development of the strategy, which took place earlier on. But if I go to specific, the situation analysis at the county level, the issue of mental health did not stand out very well, and that was the concern, that yes, poverty was a pusher, abuse, neglect, abandonment, orphanhood, but the element of it being tied to the impact of institutionalization with mental health was not very well captured, and that's a gap.
Great, yeah. So how would we, how might you fill that gap, or what kind of efforts would help fill that gap?
Let me add something. Our model, the Flourishing Communities model, we have developed a curriculum we call the Pathways to Flourishing. It's a curriculum that enables communities or participants to develop a growth mindset or have a different way of thinking, improve positivity in life, meaning of life, and develop a sense of belonging. This also has different stages, as you can. I think it can be adopted also to the different communities so that we can address the pushers or of children, or that causes children to separate from families. So I think we could recommend it to be scaled up to different families. Also, the Kenyan government has launched the national, the positive parenting curriculum, which has not started being trained, but I think will be soon. We'll also be partnering with the government so that we can be able to not only bring the parenting skills to the 10,000 plus parents that participate in our program, but also in Meru County or generally in the country.
It'll be great to hear more about that as it develops. Question. Maybe one or two more. Feeling shy in this afternoon, a little quiet, a food coma from lunch.
Two questions. Don't have the name, but about street children. Street children phenomena is a concern in many cities, many towns of Africa. So, first of all, we advance the problem of poverty in families. Yes, but we can also think about how attitude of the parent, of the environment, that can be a factor pushing in street, how their welfare is taken in consideration, their needs to our parent in town of Africa or in countries. Do we take care of the need of our children, tackle them? Maybe, I'm asking, maybe you have explored the causes, the risk factor. Push. This is the first question. Two, I have read where you have written children interested to men in the street, interested. I don't know very well the context. Maybe you will know the context. It was written, interested to identify children interested to remain in the street. I know that the objective of those children reintegrated in their families, of course. But when you identify those who want to remain, stay in the street, I guess it is for knowing specific strategies to help them. But I guess that it is not to let them remain. And this generates a third question I has not planned. One day you will also say about adult children, about adult street, adult who stay there night, as we have in Europe, the homeless. In our town, and also focus in the adult street or the homeless, be also a focus for our research. Thank you.
Thank you for those good questions. I'll start with the causes of children moving to the my presentations, I shared the findings from the work, the study we've done with participants that we have since 2016. Just as you say that we've thought of, poverty is a contributor or a cause of children moving to the street, we are realizing a different thing, that children are going to the street because of the the disruption or the breakages of the social networks. How do these children relate with their parents at home? How does the parents relate to each other? How does communities and families? That's why in my slides I was showing what we think were the major causes of the disruption of our social systems or connection. When I talked of conquests for Africa, urbanization, and the networks, who were we as African communities, Kenyan communities for this time? We were communities that took care of our children, took care of individuals who were also answerable to the general community. It's a call to researchers to continue exploring in these areas that can truly understand and also come up with try and by that. The children that are willing to remain on the streets. Our first step in the 4Rs, rescue, rehabilitation, reintegration, and socialization. The rescue part, we spend more time on the streets, interacting, creating rapport with the children on the streets. The children that go to the center for rehabilitation are the willing ones. Those change us to start from. Mostly the children that have stayed longer on the have lost interest. The younger ones or those that have lesser time on the street say, I want to go back to school. Those that have stayed longer in the street, they want also to continue because maybe they have started even businesses or they are now developing comfort. Don't forget about these children or youths that don't want to come for it. If, for example, they've started some businesses while on the streets, especially for the youth, that works better with those that are advanced because they're the ones that mostly may not want to go rehabilitation because where will they go after? They can't go back to school, normal school setup. We invite them to start reducing their intake of drugs and show the goodwill of some room for them to come and be helped to change. We take them to apprenticeship or vocational training centers where they can gain a skill. If that is not possible, we buy, for example, a cart for a youth that has already started activity. So we make also life the living standards. In Kenya, for the street rehabilitation fund, trust fund, they call them the street families. Some have stayed on the streets longer than some months or some few years. I think maybe my colleagues can add. And sorry, I forgot to introduce Frida, who is a colleague. She's welcome to compliment. Mercy.
Thank you. Yeah, from South Kenya. Mercy are my colleagues. So to add a little bit, if you can on the QR code that's selected there, find that we're working with children, but we don't leave the youths out of the part of some are staying longer, as Christy said, in the street. So we help them live their life better while in the street. We have some who are also mentors. They are in the street and they help them go back home even. They do it voluntarily, not even the program being there. So we have them in the program also. We meet with them and we are able to share a lot with them and also help them grow, empower other young generation. Thank you.
Discussion. I'd like to give our panel a round of applause one more time. And I'm going to pass this off to our facilitator, Joseph.
All right. Thank you so much, Candice. Thank you so much, Christine and Mercy. Should we appreciate Candice for the facilitation, which was really great. Yeah. So, what should we do? Now we're being now democratic. We're asking you, what should we do? We can dance. Yeah? Should we dance? Yeah? Okay. Now, this is how we're going to dance then. We are going to invite randomly people from the different countries. Yeah? So I hope is there any country here without songs? Any country without songs? No? Okay, so everyone has songs. So we are going to invite randomly for people to come, sing. It's not a singing competition or a dancing competition, anything. Yeah? And often, whenever we start with people, either you start at home or the neighbors. So it's either between Rwanda or Burundi or Uganda. And I don't know how we are going to pick between the three. Because anyone... Should we start with Rwanda, Burundi, or Uganda? Oh, it's democratic now. Who? Uganda. All right. So, Abagande Muriwa. Sajja wa Kabaka.
I hope you are ready to dance, because in Uganda we don't pretend to dance, we dance. Yes, we dance. Yes. So I'm going to ask the DJ to give a song, and everybody is going to stand up, and we are going to dance. Not pretend to dance. There's only one risk factor: you can fracture your waist, but it's okay. So I want to request everyone to stand up. All dance strokes are okay. The song just says thank you very much. So I think it's a worthy tribute to our organizers of our conference to say thank you very much. That's a very good stroke. Hey, everybody, you're doing well. You're doing well. Yes, look, excellent. You just allow the rhythm and the vibe to move through your bones. My brother from Syria alone, that is not acceptable. Should we do it together? Do like this. You're doing well. You're doing well. Allow the head to also go a little. You're doing very great. You're doing excellent. Woo! Where did you learn that from? Yes. Let me see who else. I'm seeing some people with flexible waists here. Yes. You're doing a great job. No, we shall not accept this kind of from Zambia. No, I expect better vibe. We go. Hey. You're doing excellent. Very good. Very good. You are the best. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Team Uganda.
Okay. Where should we go? Burundi. Bujumbura. You're not going to sit. This is not sitting time.
up again and moment, please, a moment. Just to explain what we are doing. So this is a gospel song, and it means we are very thankful. So when you dance, it's like you see those cows with long corns. So we're doing with hands up, and then the same when it is very slow, not very quick, but you can make it quick. Okay, go on, please. Because I've been grateful during this session. The dancing is like the same rhythm with Rwanda. God gave us everything. So over our wishes. And then she's giving more and more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Team Burundi. And because Rwanda has so many, I will hold on a bit. Should we jump to Kenya? Kenya, Team Kenya? Team Kenya, are you ready or? All right, are you ready?
We had another Kenyan here, residing here. I don't know. Kama anasikia hakuje hapa. So we are going to teach you just two sentences, and this is how we sing it. E kana nekega gato mandiora kedioro. E kana nekega gato mandiora kedioro. And what it means is, okay, what it means is a child is a child is very prestigious that he or she has caused me to travel miles for the sake of the same child. So it is sung mostly in graduations, during weddings, because people come from far distances to celebrate with the achievement of the child. So that's what the song means. And that's the reason each and every one of us, especially those who are able to come, to cross the border for the sake of interaction with each and every one of us, and specifically for mental wellness of our children. Is it very difficult?
Oh, maybe, but to join in dancing.
Okay, let's dance together. We will sing and you will dance. Yeah, I have to dance. E kana nekega gato mandiora ke dioro. E kana neka. E kana nekega gato mandiora ke. I can't see the legs even leave the ground. E kamenyerwe until it comes up. Kanane kega ega tumandiora kedioro. Kana ne kamenyerwe. Vivo. Ne. I can see you've already learned. We are going to go back with you.
Woo! Thank you. We're going to cross a little bit the oceans and go to Vietnam. Woo!
We will go very far across the ocean, right? The name of the song is Fish and Swim. It's for fishermen. All fishermen go to the ocean and we pull the nets and when we see the net, oh, so many swim and fishes like us. After 3 days of symposium, we have as many knowledge and new information, right? So let's then with us on YouTube. Could you help me to?
Ngày mới đã lên, vui đi ta lo gì. Đời có bao lâu có mấy khi thuyền xuôi gió dẫu phong ba ta vẫn kiên trì sông ca đừng ngã tay chèo. Họ dốc kéo lên ước mơ ngoài kia tấm cá đang chờ, kia tấm cá đang chờ. Họ dốc kéo lên cá tôm, ngàn ta vui ca sớm hơn. Họ dốc kéo lên ước mơ ngoài kia tấm cá đang chờ, kia tấm cá đang chờ. Từng đoàn thuyền đi về phía mặt trời, dòng người vội lao mình giữa biển khơi.
Cá kia, cá kia.
Họ dốc kéo lên cá tôm, làm ta vui ca sớm hơn. Họ dốc kéo lên ước mơ ngoài kia tấm cá đang chờ, kia tấm cá đang chờ. Họ dốc kéo lên cá tôm, làm ta vui ca sớm hơn. Họ dốc kéo lên ước mơ ngoài kia tấm cá đang chờ, kia tấm cá đang chờ.
Wow. Welcome to the Dancing Symposium. Shall we go one more time to Sierra Leone? I know they are very ready. Sierra Leone team.
Attention everybody, this is Drizzly.
Attention everybody. This music is one of our cultural music and one of the oldest that we like in Sierra Leone. It's kind of like, it eases us from the history of slave trade and education. So yes, DJ go on. So you follow my lead, yeah? So it's just kind of, you shake your hand, just go like this, as the beat goes. Understand? So that is it. Yeah? Then as the beat goes, as the rhythm goes. DJ, give me the music.
Attention everybody, this is Drizzlick aka Ben 10 over 10. You're listening to DJ Casho. Are you ready now? Okay, let's go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am a white man in Sierra Leone. I want you to know that learning is better than silver and gold. So I need all the minerals, then you'll be educated. What? What?
What's that?
Kumande babange na bamari siya kwa banga ajemeni yaba asakia ni yaba awukdenge yaba kumande babange na bamari sebele bisi nada komso siya kwa banga kumande babange na bamari siya kwa banga ajemeni yaba asakia ni yaba awukdenge yaba kumande babange na bamari sebele bisi nada komso siya kwa banga.
Do ya, me brother, don't forsake ya. You come to the old and when you forsake a other land. If na money self you go find a brother, I want for make you know say disciple them born you now you motherland. The respect and collage where you get ya, you no go ever get time na any foreign land.
Yes. Who else? Zibera. US. Yes. US, please come here in the front. You know? Just a second and US get prepared right now in a second. Can you join me and welcome the DG and CDA who is just arriving? Yes, please join me. For those who are not familiar with this jargon and acronym, DG stands for Director General. The same in French, Directeur Général, Director General. And then CDA, what is it, Joseph?
National, Child, Development, and Commission.
Agency. Okay, so that means you know.
January 2nd, 2007.
Plus all those well-deserved title. Please allow me to say that she's also a mom. Yeah, DG, NCDA, but she's a mom, she's a mother. Can you clap for that? I'm saying that because yesterday in one of the presentations, and it touched me, some of the presenters said, when men are struggling, debating whether the child is okay or not, mothers, every child is a gift given to us by God. And this morning, the keynote speaker from Hope and Homes for the children, and I hope we got it well, he said, I love mothers because of their courage, their love. So our DGNCD plus everything, well-deserved, she's a mother. So welcome to this symposium, dear DG, dear mother. We will brief you in a second what we have been doing. But if you forget everything, just don't forget that we had a very interesting, powerful, and inspiring symposium. We will not be saying we are closing, we will be opening a new journey together. So thank you for coming. Thank you for having the time. Yes, they want to clap. Yes. So welcome, and US, please join me to dance and welcome Ma'am Ingabire Assumpta. This is her name. Thank you. US,
Oh, goodness.
Gabi.
We picked an easy one. So if everybody could stand. Let's picked an easy one. All right. Yes. So the moves are really simple, and I'm going to make sure that Gabi tells you what they are.
The directions are in the words of the song, so we can just go ahead and play.
January 2nd, 2007. Time for a change. King of swing out. January 2nd, 2007. Down, do your dance, do the Cupid dance. Down, do your dance, do your dance. Down, do your dance, do your dance. Brand new dance. Down, do your dance, do your dance. Down, do your dance. We got a brand new dance. Down, do your dance. Down, do your dance, do your dance. Now let me down, do your dance, do your dance. They say I'm a rapper, and I say no. Come on. Say what you doing, trying to do somebody cold. I just let the music come from my soul, so all of my people can stay on the floor. They got a brand new dance, you gotta move your muscle. Brand new dance, it's called a Cupid Shuffle. It don't matter if you're young or you're old. Here we go, we gon' show you how it goes. To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Now kick, now kick, now kick, now kick. Now walk it by yourself. Now walk it by yourself. January 2nd, 2007. Let me see you do the down, down, do your dance, do your dance. Down, do your dance, oh yeah, come on. Down, do your let me see you do the down, down, do your do the shuffle, baby. Down, do your dance, do your dance. Down, do your dance, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Now kick, now kick, now kick, now kick. Now walk it by yourself. Now walk it by yourself. To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Now kick, now kick, now kick, now kick. Now walk it by yourself. Now walk.
We forgot about that long intro. Sorry, everybody.
Thank you so much, Team USA. Now, Team Denmark, I know we have Swiss, we have, who else? Zambia, we have Rwanda, South Africa, Malawi. Can you keep those dances? Because after the, we're going to have some social, the center is treating you, Center for Mental Health. So we're going to have some more dances. So keep it in your package, yeah? Yeah. So I don't know, Libby, you were dancing. I don't know if you remember what is next on the program. Do you? I'm going to test you.
I do. So next we will be hearing from Rachel Stram, the administrative manager at the research program on children and adversity at Boston College. And she'll be giving us a nice summary and kind of close out of the 3 days, kind of a capture of everything that we've been talking about.
So Rachel has been doing a lot of typing. You know, when you work with a team from the US, they type and you start watching what is going on. So that's what has been going on through the 3 days. And Rachel is going to give us a brief summary of key moments, key themes that were captured, that she captured. And feel free to reach out if there's anything you think we can include. Yes, that's right. So over to you, Rachel.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you to everyone. So I want to say thank you to everyone who's participated, organized, and attended the Regional Research Symposium. I am really honored to be here in Kigali with my colleagues from the University of Rwanda, FXB Rwanda, and Boston College for the first time, and to have learned from a variety of amazing researchers, implementers, and government officials. I think we all can agree that the last 3 days have been very insightful and motivating. To summarize the event, I want to highlight the key themes and topics that our presenters have addressed over the past 3 days. So on day one, we heard about the commitment the University of Rwanda, FXB Rwanda, and Boston College has to continue collaborating on this symposium and expand the reach of Sejumuryango across Rwanda. We had the honor to hear from the Minister of Gender and Family Promotion on the recent launch of the National Child Protection Management Framework in Rwanda. We spent the day hearing from key researchers and government officials on the importance of emphasizing youth mental health and family strengthening. We learned about the long-term impact of Sejumuryango. We learned it's long-lasting, and it benefits the entire family. We learned about an integrated youth mental health intervention and the long-term impact of incorporating mental health interventions with education and entrepreneurship programs. We learned about the importance of addressing stunting and malnutrition, and a review of the current literature and the need for more culturally informed research on antenatal and maternal bonding on child development. On day two, we had the opportunity to listen to leaders from UNICEF, highlighting the need for evidence-based practices to support child development. We listened to researchers on the importance of addressing postpartum depression and the impact on child and maternal connections across the world. We came together to participate in enriching panel discussions on the importance of defining and understanding mental health impacts amongst refugee populations and familial dysfunction and resilience, with a common theme of family and school-based intervention as a mechanism for improving family functioning. We then listened to wonderful conversations with the Sejumuryango team and audience members about the importance of enhancing implementation, adaptation, and content that is delivered to the most vulnerable. We had the privilege of learning about the funding process from junior researchers to inspire the students here attending the symposium and how they can enhance their career in the field. We explored the barriers and facilitators shaping mental health interventions and child services across Africa and learned about the importance of family rehabilitation in regard to supporting vulnerable children. And today, we address the importance of supporting children with disabilities and unifying the family as a way to reduce stigma. We learned from medical professionals about the use of mind-body practices with collective narratives and rituals as a way to support individuals living with mental health conditions. We learned about research being done to improve the mental health conditions amongst those living with HIV. And throughout the day, we had rich discussions with our presenters and moderators highlighting mental health, resilience, and unique models to support and improve conditions for the most vulnerable. So in all 3 days, we participated in panel discussions with the rich questions that our moderators and participants asked to our presenters. And of course, we all came together in unity during health breaks, icebreakers, and now dancing that many of us were now smiling and laughing with one another. I want to thank you all, and I want you all to think back to the first day when the Minister of Gender and Family Promotion asked us 3 questions. Those questions were, 1, how do we equip our families with knowledge and skills to push back against challenges? 2, how do family strengthening programs reduce intimate partner violence efficiently and create a safe environment for all society members? And 3, how do we protect our children against technology that affects mental health? So before you leave today, I want to encourage everyone to think deeply about these questions asked by the minister. Talk about the answers with the person sitting next
I don't know. I don't know. You are going to guess. So, there are people who have done and I will ask the protocol team to bring the certificates for presenters. People who have presented and shared their knowledge, the work they do every day. And we wanted to acknowledge them with certificates, and I will be reading out the names, and then you can come quickly. So if you're a speaker, be ready and at high speed, yeah? Like how we have been doing it, the 15-minute one. Rachel has the timer, yeah? So I'll be reading, and then you come quickly and pick your certificate. So the first one, it's not how... the first one is Professor Zephron. And this can be given... You can be given by FXB Rwanda, that has really supported this and they have journeyed with us all these years. Thank you for working in the children and doing research in children. The other one is Dr. Candace Black, and this will be given by the Director General. Candace, thank you for doing all the work with children and research, and we appreciate you so much. And the other one is Dr. Dieudonné Uwizeye, who has presented and presented a longitudinal, and this can be given by Professor Teresa. And there are people who have presented very well the posters. Have you seen them? Yeah. So should we have Dr. Eli Nitajeka, if he's here? Eli. Should we have Dr. Simeo Sebatukura? And this can be given by FXB Rwanda. That is what we say, practice and research. A practitioner, a community implementer, giving it to the researcher. Yeah. Dr. Jean Bosco Nyonzima. And this can be given by the DG. And Dr. Tran. Clap. That's all. This can be given by Professor Sesbe. Dr. Ale Aishachi. Dr. Ale, this can be given by Dr. Teresa, your mentee, the mentee. And the dancer, the dancer and the presenter, Dr. David. This can be given by FXB, a country representative. Aurora Bond. Woo! Some claps, please. This the DG. And here is Rulinda Kwizera for his poster presentation. We can hurry, Rinda, you're very... And then this can be given by Professor Vincent. And we can have Adelita Mukamana. I don't think she's here, but you can clap for her. Etienne, are you here? Etienne? Mercy Kendi? Mercy Kendi, this can be given by Teresa. Grace Musabimana, hurry up, clap. All right. Molly, and this can be given by DJ. Fortune can come. Françoise Kalibgende, please. You have done a wonderful presentation. And Fortune says Vera, your mentor. And Françoise. Thierry can become coming as well. Thierry Navajo. Are you getting tired of clapping for people who shared all the work they did? Edward Sebene. Edward Sebene is he here? All right. Not around. He's not around. Innocent. Innocent, are you here? Gonani. Congratulations. Christine Mushashi, who did a very wonderful, and the one who brought the children, you know, the children who are dancing, wonderful dancers at the beginning. Christine can be given by the DJ. And then Gonani and where's Elizabeth? Gonani, Elizabeth. Mutarambirwa. Mutarambirwa, is he here? Salome, is she here? Salome all the way from Malawi. Big up. This can be given by FXB representative. Florence Mukanwari. Christine Gatwiri from Kenya. And then who else? Samuel Habimana. Quickly. Thank you so much. If you have if you're a speaker and you didn't, we didn't call you, your certificate is very ready. All right. So we're going to go to the next session. You saw the posters. Did you or no? Did everyone here go through the posters? So, this is something special. We're announcing the best person who gave the best poster presentation. So people who went here, we had a team, a committee that went through and got the best poster that was made. Now, what should the poster person get as a reward? It's a secret. But first I'm going to announce the best poster presenter for today, for this research symposium. Libby, do you want to announce or should I announce? All right. Libby says I can go forward. So the best poster who presented was Rurinda Kwizera. Can I ask the protocol team to bring something for... Yes. Now, the person who won, these are things that he's going to get. Yeah? I can see he's like, yeah, say it. So, Rurinda, for you being the best poster presenter today, you're getting first a certificate for your best presentation. You are getting a 2-month internship with the University of Rwanda at the Center for Mental Health, including you're going to get free training on research methods, fully covered for all those months. Yeah? You need one more? We also have a book for you to inspire you that the poster can become into being more authors and everything. And I'll speak a little. This book was written by Rwandans. Yeah? So it's more of a call that you can also write some books, publish some articles, as from how some other Rwandan practitioners and therapists have done. So I'll give the Professor Vincent and DJ to give you this, and then you choose whenever you want to start your internship with the University of Rwanda Center for Mental Health. And the certificate. So because the boss is here, he's offering another thing, and
I want to promise that when you decide to undertake your PhD, I'll be your supervisor for free.
Does Dr. Teresa want to offer something from RPCA?
Because we are twins, I will offer to co-supervise for free.
Does FXB want to speak?
So when he ended the course, we give an offer position to FXB.
That's how people get jobs when you think. And I want to ask the NCDA. All right, so thank you so much, Arulinda. Congratulations. Can I ask the protocol team to bring something for the next session? And I'm going to invite the following people. They have been having sleepless nights. Yeah? If you're working with people on the different time zones, you know what that means. So can I ask the protocol team to come? And I would like to invite my twin now. I also got a twin. Libby. Can you give her a very, very warm... You must have been effectively getting all those communications. That has been Libby. Yeah? And Libby, it's something not big, but something special that we I don't know, Grace, if you want to speak to this. Grace is usually my...
So, Ribi, this is the local material, some multi-purpose material. You can use it in the kitchen, you can use it in your room, holding your materials in your bathroom. It's a multi-purpose thing. And thank you for organizing everything.
Thank you, Libby. Then the other one, I wish everyone here gets themselves a lecture. Yeah? If everyone here had their own a lecture, you would live your life happily. So can I invite Rachel? Thank you so much, Rachel, for all the work you do. Candace, it's you. Thank you for being here with us and all the work you have done. And the last one, as for some people who are here who are interns, and you know you have maybe crossed with Laura Bond, and you know how much she has helped those. I know some 2 students from interns, and Lola, thank you for being in Rwanda. It's been a struggle to be here, but finally we have you here. So thank you, the LRPCA team, for the work you have done. And the Rwandan team will have our time, yeah? Yeah? So, can I ask the protocol team to bring something, the last special thing? And this one is the special one. Huh? Yeah, it's a cake. We're going to eat a cake. So, there are people and there are institutions that have really stood with us through the research symposium for all these years. They have worked in the work of mental health and family strengthening within the region, and they have really extensively supported. And this is from the Center for Mental Health, and I'm speaking because he already spoke, so he's not going to speak again. But so the center would love to appreciate the following institutions. And the award for people who have stood with us all this time is the NCDA. When I think Rinda spoke something, I think it was meant to be a joke. When he was telling for the first time when we were launching this event, NCDA stood. And this program as well has been here because of NCDA efforts. So I will give Professor Vincent and Teresa. Then the other one, from the Center for Mental Health, we really deeply, bottomly, I don't know, whatever, deeply, from the heart, appreciate the RPCA lab at Boston for all the partnership we have done. And Professor Vincent, so the RPCA lab represented Gabi, everyone, RPCA, it's RPCA team. So the DJ and thank you so much, RPCA team. And we look forward to continuing stressing you up in this work. Yeah? All right. Then the other partner that have been really strongly for this activity and event, and today is really very much visible that we're here because of their partnership, and they reflect the research policy practice partnership. If they are not there, they're implementing none. All these data that have been spoken would be none. Yeah? So FXB Rwanda, thank you so much for all the work you do. Thank you so much for the team at FXB. These and so many other FXB teams that are already in the community, there are so many of them. Thank you so much for all the work you do. And then the last one. Yeah? This is special. Since I think Professor Vincent said it well, how the twin was born. Yeah? So we appreciate you being the twin. It has translated into so many work that has been transforming lives in Rwanda, in the communities, the children. And thank you so much, Professor Teresa, for the work you do. And I would like to call, particularly because you don't also work in Rwanda, I would like to invite the team also from Sierra Leone, Elizabeth, to come and join in giving you this award, Professor Vincent. The center is, we really appreciate all the work you do. Mungu akubalike, is that what they say? Here in Rwanda and in Sierra Leone. Shh. 1, 2, 3. Shh. All right, so thank you. You may have your seats. Thank you so much. Now, appreciations will always go on. And these are people that I want to invite here. I don't know if they are all going to come quickly. Since the team that has, people have appreciated the meals that we have eaten. Yeah? We have got it on time, early in the morning coffee, and everything has run smooth because of this amazing team that has done the work. I want to invite the team of Uzima. They have helped us get the precious meals to come over here. And I don't know, Annunciata, if you have a song for them.
Shimire nshimire umva ndashimire nshimiye nshimire iyi timu we nshimire 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 namwe mwese we nshimire 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 na Joseph we nshimire nshimire timu y'ubuzima yego nitujya tuvuga ngo timu y'ubuzima. If I say house team just in Kinyarwanda, they have to do something which they show us they are there. Yes, make sure you do something to show us you are there and you receive our thanks for you. Yes, yego adasanzwe ibyo nshimire 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 ni timu we nshimire nshimire do something please nshimire namwe mwese we murakoze cyane
murakoze cyane Cesar na timu y'ubuzima mwese mwakoze yego hari abandi the people who have made this room so clean. You always find this fancy seat, but there are people who have really taken sleepless night early in the morning in the rain to make sure this room is reorganized, and whenever we leave things, they clean it up. So we want to appreciate, probably they're not here, they're already doing some other work, but if we can join me to appreciate the team that is cleaning, they have been helping us with all the cleaning here. Yeah? The KVC cleaning team. Then the other one, you saw how technology was beautiful? The sound, sometimes, and then you'll be like, what is going on? Libby runs here and over there. So the IT team and the sound system team that have really helped us to have such a magnificent and enable people who are not in Rwanda as well follow it. Could they come? Or this microphone will be off when you go? Could you come and we appreciate you quickly? Abantu bakoze muri sound system, muri technology. Benjamin has been amazing in putting up a best quality live stream. Thank you so much, Benjamin. Mawe karame, mawe karame, mawe mugongo wa mu turagahoraho mawe. Mawe karame, mawe karame, mawe karame, mawe mugongo wa turagaho. Thank you so much, Benjamin. And others can't get off the camera because they want to turn to see where Benjamin is. Yeah. So thank you so much. All right. So I think we should get to some dancing. Yeah? We have, I don't know, I think this should be spoken by Dr. Vincent, not me. The center has offered, no, Dr. Vincent should say this. I want to say it, but I feel like,
So I wish I can say it in Kinyarwanda, but I will translate in 2 seconds. Abasaza hambere iyo bahamagaraga umuhungu mukuru mu rugo se yarabaza ngo nguvuze ngukisha uravuze ngo nzana agacuma k'inzoga uzimanira abashitsi bawe niko bambwiye. I'm saying the wise man in the past could call upon his son. I said like saying, Vincent, come on. And then the father could say, what did I say? And the boy could simply say, you are saying that I bring some beer for you to welcome your guests. So he didn't want to say it because I'm the father of the house. We invite you for a glass of beer, either wine or Fanta or milk. The second, in our culture, nta jambo ritagira inzoga hakuna umudiho. So you don't simply drink, but you also have to dance. In this family, you have boys and girls, men and women. They are going to perform for us, not a cappella, a real dance, viva voice and viva legs. Those are the two things, correct? And may God bless us and enjoy the two. Right?
Very much right, so. So the team, thank you so much, Professor. So as they are getting ready, I wanted to appreciate the protocol team. Where are you? The protocol that they have made it is very, very...
yari agiye kubacura amagambo mu ndizo umurishyo numve kubita umurishyo numve kubita numve kubita okay mugiye kuntiza kuko hano hari ikaramu ngiye guha umuntu nka kado mwere ko mumfasha. So you know what, a gift is a gift. What is important is not what you receive, rather it is about the symbolic meaning behind. Yeah? And you also know that I'm a wise man, isn't it? Just join me to congratulate Joseph. Can I have the team of Joseph here? Josias, all the GGG, the FS, all the team from the Center for Mental Health, teams, Josias, FS, all the GG. You know what? In the center we have Joseph, Josias, Josephine, and one who just left, Jess. Sometimes I want to be John Vincent so that I'm part of the GG. Who else is not here? Mignon, the excellent moderator. You remember? Yes. You know what? We say and we believe every successful man, there is always a very important woman behind, powerful women. The same, yes, team. I think you will believe and trust me. Behind a successful event, there are very amazing and successful men and women. Everything you have appreciated, it is because of them. And if there is something you didn't appreciate, it is because of me. But the success is because of this team. This is my fabulous and very powerful team I work with at the Center for Mental Health. In Kinyarwanda, I would say, if I could have the image and intent to have kids, I will wish again to have kids like those. You are very amazing. Wa murisho wanjye uri he? Wa murisho wanjye uri he?
Hageze bishaka ishaka bari batubira mukora mwikotsa.
Thank you very much.
Muri ntore kandi muri ntore byahamye.
Thank you. Thank you, team. Yes, you have your gift here. Yes. Ngurazi ikaramu rwose uzatunge utunganirwe.
Ilere Mungu ni mwana rwa Muniga Ewugere ruhirima rwa Kigando Umutanazi namufatiye kwicu Ibagira bazatsinda barusenda ngo ni nk'ubikaraga hejuru rutsike n'isurusi kuruzi ese nyamiza ni mu Rwanda
Ziragutatse ziravugwa hose zahuruje amahanga komeza imihigo yego Rwanda we komeza imihigo Rwanda yacu uhamye birinde urubi ikirenga uringanji hamije intambwe twese abana bawe turagukunda iyo ngeze mu birunga mbona ko kandi n'Imana yibera ari wowe komeza imihigo yego Rwanda imihigo Rwanda yacu uhamye ibirindiro ikirenga uringanji hamije intambwe twese abawe turagukunda interuro mvuga intore z'u Rwanda intore z'u Rwanda ayiga ntore mwe intore z'u Rwanda yemwe ntore mwe intore z'u Rwanda mutarabagika intore z'u Rwanda mushimisha abaro intore z'u Rwanda y'abahungu mwe intore z'u Rwanda y'abahungu intore z'u Rwanda nkunda ibitego byo intore z'u Rwanda mwizihiga intore z'u Rwanda abahungu mwe intore z'u Rwanda intore z'u Rwanda ikondera rirabaye we ribaye ridahutse Yeah. inyamibwa wararaye inyamibwa gira ugende twibone utumanze inyamibwa gira inyamibwa amagire rubamba twibone utumanze inyamibwa wororoye inyamibwa gira ugende twibone utumanze inyamibwa gira inyamibwa amagire rubanda twibone utumanze umwungeri nkamuziye inyamibwa basaza be bakagahoha twibone utumanze inyamibwa woraraye inyamibwa gira ugende twibone utumanze zahure warara zahure wararaye nanone nahure zaraye zirahabira n'inyana zazo zahure wararaye iyo bagore beza
n'abagaju kandi mwiza kwikiriza duhere
aye iyo bagore beza abagore beza n'abamagaju rero iyo bagore beza abagore beza mbakunde mu bitaramo by'ingenzi rero iyo abagore beza inka zorohoroye rero iyo abagore inka zaraharaye zaciye ibikumbano bagore mbamurima nambyutse ubukombe nanone iyo abagore be abagore beza n'abambagaju rero iyo abagore be ku gasoro namutenda inka zara iyo abagore be bagore beza n'abafate babone b'abagore mboneza makuze rutabangire mu rukanganye tabara na semene
n'amashaka batagere mbeho muntu ngo yego
nirwagiriza bigarama rwangarambo muri barasingisha
ntore ziwacu ziratera amazi gato
uragiriye waraye nyamuberwa
mutambuka
uracyura ingonjo ukagira imana
ukomeze mutambuke neza nongere bareremba
ubundi sentara barubura bagomba kagira imana
atana amashaka amashagera mbahamo
iwanyu naho ntore
z'ubwoko uruserukano w'amakozi komeza mutambuke neza ntore z'u Rwanda
uragiriye waraye nyamuberwa
kimbyara bareremba
yegwe iwanyu naho mwokagira
mutambuke ntore z'u Rwanda bageze bashangisha akarere izi ni ingeri bareremba netarere ingeri ziwacu urugero rwa Gasabo mukomeze mutambuke
ramutaga bakagira imana
mutambuke gato nimugore n'ihene ntore ze
iwanyu naho mwokagira
izo ni intore zacu
ramukaramo
izo nkama z'amihigo intore z'amitamihigo intara twese urabona mu munesha bigori intara y'impungu n'imahagwa munini rwa Kigali umutanazi n'umufatira kwicu ibagira barasakira ngo ni inkubi ese nyamizo icyo ni igitego cy'u Rwanda yegokoye kubwira inkino intara z'u Rwanda
ibagiye baza batsinda barusakira inkubi ikaranganya ukabura usaba batsumburuzi ibamuratira ingabo y'urutara rutatara ruturitsa ibamuratira ingabo y'ibyuma ati waramukanye ibyago wa mugabo we ese nyami izo ni mucyuri inganje mwakagira imana iwanyu naho kagira imana iwanyu naho mwokabyaramo
mugwire intore z'u Rwanda hegokoye
uragiriye waraye nyamuberwa
intore z'u Rwanda
yego ngaho cyo ni mucyuri inganje mwakagira imana
kandi mutarame muga mu nkowe izo ni intore z'u Rwanda baterama bagake
iwanyu naho kagira imana
haco ni Rwanda
agira warayira muberwa n'inkindi
komeze mugo mu nkowe ake wacu ate turatarama dukeje izo ni inka z'iwacu
iwanyu naho mwakagira imana iyegoye
nimutahe mu ntara z'u Rwanda
cyo ni mucyuri inganje mwakagira imana iyegoye
hegakaye
iwanyu naho mwakabyara murakoze cyane
hegakaye hegakaye
cyuri nyana we ihemba zonyine ziratashya mama nawe aye mama nawe cyuri nyana we ihemba ziratashya mama nawe
nkomeza mihiga intwari ziheta iminaga rwa muhirwa n'imbuga ngo izo nka n'imbonera zawe udahinyuka bifuza mu bihogo dore imana yaziremye mu nziza imanzi zayikuye ku mubiri zazivuzwa mu zogeye zimutakara izo ngabo zahiremyeho umugaba zikamenya umugambi wo gutabara ni inyange zanogeye amaso ni inyamburo rukaribagiza ni inyambi igirukanye igitugu ni imbonera terezambuga ni isati inyotereje anywa ni ibara ritatseho umubera ni umuheha utemba ku mubiri ni irembo ryezeho amariza kurya zakundiwe n'ikirere zigahora zizihiwe n'ikirezi zikazibukira ikimera cy'abaswa zikirangwaho kibera inka zikitwa imana yaremye umwami zahamye zitegeka ibihe by'inyambo zuhima inyina n'imirindi zuhima inega n'imirindi zuhima impeta z'imurambi dore zuhiye rwogera ingabe dore zuhiye rwabugiriza ingoma zuhiye amakombe y'igiseke zuhiye amagaju yo kwishara zuhiye amakombe yo kwishara ati nimuyireke 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 zirimo amakombe zirusha ihangu niyitwa indamutsa zirusha urugoro ruhimbaje inkiko imbaraga n'imihari rwa mihanangabo semigambi ya rugema ndongozi zigira igikaka zikishikanira zigashira imumu nimureke twe rwangamuhe rwa mutwe zatashye mu rugo rugumye mbe mugabo wigemaho batinye inkuba zishinze imyago y'itoye ingoma inka rutebeza mbuga rwa mabuka impanga za muhigo muzimatovu induru ntiyumve ngo ituze induru ikirwatashye mu rwoga urwamo rwasanganiye impeta impundu zakwiye igihugu cyose bavuga ko haje umuhozi bahamagaje mu inka z'imurambi umwimure ntiyazikerereje zakongeje inka z'ikabare zirakabuje impingansinda bazirambira igishari barohera isonga ry'ingabo nziza n'isata riboye ingondo zigeze mu kabuga kamusha abari bihebye bazi ko inka zacitse mu Rwanda batuje batuza mu cyamo ati nimukoma urwamo dore inkotanyi zigaruye inka mu gihugu amata yongeye gutemba abana bahagijwe umuhondo mbe mugabo wigemaho batinye zirimo rugiga rwa nyamugigambo cije abageni bikayonzambutse rwabugira vikarako ihora nagira n'urwango rusengo rw'imburamwaka inkuba zegamije na zatashye mu kigega zirafite ibare ziramwihaka baraza yarutaga rwa mwiza zakebye imanzi iyo nindamutse iramutse abana ababyeyi bagatangira kwishira umuhondo wayo mwigira umuhondo mwiza ugahoza abana igira usenze bukomesaza nanjye mbaho tikura mu gihumbi rwa gihumuza ndi umushakamba utagira imbeho mu nda nafatanye umugabo umuganda w'amacumu ku cyumweru ngiye gusenga ati sigaho ntutere mu rwiciro nta munyarwanda ugitungwa n'urugamba imiyoboro myiza tuza ku isonga icumu n'icumi nacumutse ku kamonyi ati naho ndimbamba nyimbaraga mbanza urugamba ruguma ndigika kandi igikanu cy'imfizi ndigituza cya ruhogo riruhogoza abambaye inguma amashagaga nyarushishashe y'inkungu ndi nkubikuye ukunda ndi ry'umutari kunda barera ndi nyambo barera ndi sori bera ndi gahigi gahire ndi gahindiro ndi mibambwe mama ni nyiragwisha wakunze wa mukobwa wa Kabogi ntimunga mu byimba n'umubyibuho ndatambuka ndabishimira gitara cy'amahanga watwitangiye igorogote babyeyi buriya mu gitaramo nanjye nkunda gutarama kandi baravuga ngo umuco ntugacike munyemerere munkorere kuri uruhanga mu mpumugisha murakoze ndabizi uruhara rugira mwebwe Imana izabahe guhirwa Imana izabahe buri kimwe cyose murakoze murakagwira
Check my energy, I no get time for no enemy. Tori people late to me. Nothing with person never see, I'm nothing with person never see. Forget it, I say bashi. Money soon expected. Take a walk by the edge and I take her to the person. Jeje. I'm in the answer, then yes sir. Then I'm in the answer, yes sir. Respect is reciprocal, even though una know say I special. Anybody, we no want to search. Anybody, we no the carry body. I can't something, I can't something. Go back to fele, I can't something. You want your bed, you never walk. So now because myself I never talk. I look you, they laugh, you go. I shall no say the time go come, mama, I no say the time go come. Mommy, you no go fit the line, mama, life not on python. Whether you like or not, go back to me, first get it go. So yeah, keep me jack on. Anybody, we no want to search it. Anybody, we no the carry body. I can't something, I can't something. Go back to fele, I can't something. Money soon expected. Take a walk by the edge and I take her to the person. Jeje. I'm in the answer, then yes sir. Then I'm in the answer, yes sir. Respect is reciprocal, even though una know say I special. Anybody, we no want to search. Anybody, we no the carry body. I can't something, I can't something.